Chapter 1497. After Eteonyon had successfully subdued the artifact spirit, the entire dragon sovereign shrine had become his property. Not just the shrine here, but the other shrines outside had also become his property. Although the artifact spirit would only attack those who invaded here, it did not mean that it could not control the areas outside. It could still control the areas outside. It was just that before Heavenly Lord Dragonfate had left, he had ordered the artifact spirit to mainly protect this area. To him, what he truly cared about was this place. As for the areas outside, he could ignore them. This way, whoever Eteonyon wanted to chase out could be chased out. With a master, it was very easy to control, and its power would increase by a lot. Especially when he handed control over to Feng Qiuzun, the power would definitely increase greatly. Feng Qiuzun was an Empyrean. He was not even an Empyrean. Without the power of a powerful Empyrean, he was unable to display the strongest effect. Thus, breaking through to the Empyrean level was something he could not delay. He had to quickly break through to the Empyrean level. Now was the best time. After taking control of the Dragon Sovereign Shrine, he could easily eradicate some of the intruders, especially the powerhouses of the Myriad Heaven God Realm and the Saint Peak God Realm. It was very reasonable to eradicate them. Looks like she won't wake up for a while. Eteonyon saw that Feng Qiuzun was still unconscious. This was not a coma caused by serious injuries, but a situation caused by excessive exhaustion. In such a situation, a short period of sleep would be fine. But in this period of time, her ability to protect herself would be at its lowest. If she fainted, she would definitely be captured. Thus, Feng Qiuzun would not use this ability unless she had no other choice. In a situation where she had no companions, using it was to choose to escape. This was the most reasonable use. After resting for a while, they all recovered slightly. They had expended too much energy. After meditating for a while, they had basically recovered. With the help of pills and the like, their recovery would definitely not be too slow. It's about time. I've already let the artifact spirit open the other doors. You can all go and plunder the treasures. These treasures are all ours. Eteonyon smiled at his senior apprentice brothers, letting them personally plunder. According to the previous agreement, Feng Qiuzun only wanted the shrine and the golden tree. As for the other treasures, they could take as they pleased. I've been waiting for this moment. Little junior brother, aren't you going with us? The moment Heavenly Venerable Sword C heard that there were treasures to plunder, he immediately became spirited. Didn't they risk their lives for this treasure? Not for now. I have something to do first. Eteonyon's eyes flashed with a cold light. After that, he disappeared from where he was and headed to another region. Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the rest knew what Eteonyon wanted to do, so they didn't care about it. All of them quickly went to search for treasures. At the same time, in a sealed temple, Heavenly Venerate Wise Star constantly slammed the walls, bombarding them with powerful attacks wave after wave. However, he couldn't break through the walls in the slightest. The divine seal on it was even more profound, and he couldn't break it with his ability. Damn it, what's going on? As soon as he entered, he was immediately sealed off. I didn't expect there to be a weapon spirit here. Empyrean Walker Star was incomparably vexed. He had spent a great deal of effort to break open the door and enter, but who knew that not long after, an artifact spirit would suddenly rush out and send him into the sealed temple. He had been trapped here for a period of time, and there was no way to break out at all. Rumble. At this time, the passageway behind him suddenly opened. After a figure entered, it closed again. Empyrean Walker Star, who was originally a little pleasantly surprised in his heart, immediately sank to the bottom after seeing the door close again. "It's you, punk. When Empyrean Walker Star saw that the figure that appeared was actually Eteonyon, he was immediately enraged in his heart. "That's right, it's me." Eteonyon walked over step by step, looking at him with narrowed eyes. "Ha ha, looks like you got lost with your companions, and were also trapped here in the end, right?" Empyrean Walker Star thought that Eteonyon was trapped inside, and immediately sneered and said, "Let's see how you escape this time. There's only the two of us left here." "Escape? Why should I escape?" Eteonyon said indifferently. "Oh, looks like you're very confident in your strength. If not for Empyrean Feng Chiu and the rest supporting me, do you think I'd be afraid of you?" Empyrean Walker Star flew into a rage and immediately erupted with his upper Empyrean strength, ruthlessly pressuring over here. Facing this pressure, Eteonyon didn't feel any pressure at all. His expression was still indifferent. "I'm still very confident in my own strength. However, I don't need to do anything to deal with you." Eteonyon gently raised his hand, and the artifact spirit appeared beside him. "Master, what instructions do you have?" The artifact spirit directly knelt beside Eteonyon, respectfully bowing. After Empyrean Walker Star saw this, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that Eteonyon had already become the master of this place. How did you become the master of this place?" Empyrean Walker Star was frightened. He knew how strong the artifact spirit here was. It should be said that this was someone else's territory. If he really did something, he would definitely die, without a doubt. "What's the point of knowing this?" Eteonyon walked over step by step and said indifferently, "It's about time to end this. You can make your move now. Attack however you like. Of course, it's not me fighting one-on-one with you. Let this artifact spirit exchange a few moves with you to play." Empyrean Walker Star's expression was ugly. How to play anymore? The artifact spirit was equivalent to the master of this place. He couldn't win even if he wanted to. This little brother, don't be impulsive. I was only targeting Empyrean Feng Chiu previously. I don't have much opinion about you. Furthermore, I didn't provoke you in any way. Everything was a misunderstanding." Empyrean Walker Star hurriedly explained. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to become a celestial deity, to become the ruler of a generation. Misunderstanding. Eteonyon said indifferently, "I don't think there's any misunderstanding between us. Do you know about the new divine realm that came up?" "The new divine realm? You're talking about the divine realm that recently came up from the outer divine realm?" Empyrean Walker Star said doubtfully, "What happened to that divine realm?" "I'm that new divine realm's region lord. You guys are making things difficult for my divine realm at every turn. Is this still a misunderstanding?" Eteonyon smiled slightly and raised his hand. "Kill." Empyrean Walker Star was dumbfounded. Only now did he know what Eteonyon's true identity was. Turns out that right from the beginning, the grudge was already sowed. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1498. Easily taking care of one. Controlling the environment here is indeed different. Even Eteonyon didn't make a move. Why wouldn't he make use of the convenient conditions? Unless he was an idiot, why wouldn't he? What fairness? He didn't care about that. He would use what he needed without holding back. Time to clean it up. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he vanished on the spot before appearing in another region. Through the artifact spirit, he could clearly sense how many heavenly venerables and cultivators had entered the shrine. Then, with the appraisal, he could easily find out which faction they belonged to. As long as they were from the Myriad Sky Sacred Realm or the Sacred Peak Sacred Realm, he would eliminate them all, no matter what the situation was. He would eliminate them all. As for the other factions, he would deal with them according to the situation. As long as they were companions of the myriad sky's sacred realm, he would eliminate them all. After dealing with them all, the rest would be chased out. The Great Formation was activated, continuously sending them flying. After being sent flying, the cultivators were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? Why am I suddenly being ejected? Yeah, I was ejected by a special force. Quick look, the gate is starting to lock. What's going on? One by one, they saw the door quickly close. Finally, with a loud dong sound, the temple was completely sealed, and no one could enter. Unless they destroyed the gate, they wouldn't be able to enter. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. They had been chased out for no reason. I suspect that this place already has a master. Someone has already entered and become the master. How can that be? Someone succeeded so quickly? How long has it been? And so many people have entered, yet someone has already succeeded? If that's not the case, what else could it be? Now that the gate is locked and everyone has been chased out, it's already benevolent of them not to kill them all. Becoming the master of the Dragon Sovereign Shrine would be a piece of cake for us. But we're lucky that we didn't do it. One by one, they voiced out their own guesses. Usually when a shrine like this reappeared, it would only close down after it had a master. It was just that no one knew who the master was. Because everything happened too quickly, everything ended, making them feel extremely disappointed. They didn't find any treasures and were chased out. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't feel happy. Some cultivators couldn't help but take a detour to see if they could sneak in. They didn't give up and chose to sneak in. However, there was only one exit. As for the exit, it was a matter of the transportation formation, so it couldn't be easily found. Everyone was either looking for an exit or leaving in disappointment. Some of them were discussing which power had occupied the Dragon Sovereign Shrine. Inside, Tianyun had earned a huge amount of experience and looted many treasures. Heavenly Venerable Sword C, and the others placed all the treasures they had plundered in front of them. There were many Heavenly Venerate treasures and high-grade Heavenly Tao treasures. The piles of treasures made them sigh. The ancient Heavenly Venerate treasures were really a lot. No wonder so many cultivators rushed over. If they could get their hands on this pile of treasures, they would have a high chance of breaking through to the sky deity level. There are so many treasures. This is a low-grade Heavenly Venerate treasure, and this is a pretty good 5th-grade elixir. However, the most precious thing is still this bottle of blood. I didn't expect Heavenly Venerate Dragon Fate to leave behind a bottle of his own bloodline. If I had the dragon bloodline, I would definitely be strengthened a lot after absorbing it. Senior Brother Dragon Cry is very good to use. He happens to have the dragon bloodline. After absorbing it, he can greatly enhance his strength. They all agreed that the bloodline was very suitable for Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. Among them, only Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry had displayed the power of the dragon bloodline. Although Tianyun had it, he didn't show it as intensely as Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. He seemed more reserved. Thus, it was normal that they didn't know that Tianyun also had the dragon bloodline. Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry looked at the bloodline with a burning gaze. He indeed desired this bloodline very much. After absorbing it, he would definitely improve a lot. No, little junior brother has the dragon bloodline. I can still sense that. Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry smiled and said, the one who contributed the most is still little junior brother. This reward should be obtained by little junior brother. There wasn't much blood in this bottle, only about 2 or 3 drops. These were all blood essence, and it was already very good to have 2 or 3 drops. Its value was indeed comparable to an upper-level Heavenly Venerate treasure, It was considered a relatively top-notch type among so many treasures. Tianyun smiled and said, I do have the dragon bloodline, but it's still more suitable for senior brother. I can just take some other treasures, such as heavenly venerate treasures. The rest can be divided among everyone. If not for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to take down this temple. Little junior brother is being humble. We are just manual labor. If it were anyone else, they would also be able to easily replace us. In the end, it's still little junior brother who played a crucial role, being able to break the divine seal and also suppress the artifact spirit. They all approved of Tianyun's credit greatly. What they said was similarly not wrong. Their strength was very strong, but that was all. If it were other upper-level heavenly venerates, they could immediately replace their positions. There's no need to say these words anymore. If we find other people, it will also arouse greed. Better be happier with our senior brother. At least there won't be so many worries. Tianyun smiled and said, It's decided then. Everyone divide these. I'll just casually pick a few. All right, we won't be courteous with little junior brother. Whatever you need us for, we'll definitely move out together. Following little junior brother, you'll definitely have food to eat. They exchanged a glance and all burst out laughing. Since they were family, they would not stand on ceremony. When the time came, they would immediately come over to help. After Tianyun picked a few heavenly venerate level treasures first, he basically did not need the rest. Heavenly venerate level treasures, those that could move him, were relatively few. Those that could help a little more were some heavenly venerate level treasures. As for other medicinal pills and whatnot, the effect was not great to him. What he relied on was experience and not medicinal pills. Consuming these medicinal pills would not increase much experience. This had always been a common problem, unless it was a special experience pill. Otherwise, the effect would all be average. Eating it was like eating for free. The best was to let them eat. The effect would be much better. Chapter 1499. After distributing the spoils of war, Tianyun and the others checked the treasures they had obtained. Heavenly Venerable Dragon, Cry immediately began to absorb the bloodline to strengthen himself. Heavenly Venerable Yuqian and the others absorbed the elixir to cultivate. They were not in a hurry to go out for the time being. They stayed here to meditate. The comprehension from this battle was deeper. They had fought their way here and were on the verge of death several times. This kind of comprehension was very precious. It could improve one's cultivation. Therefore, they all took this opportunity to meditate and cultivate, absorbing the insights they had gained this time. Tianyun had nothing to do. He did not need to comprehend anything. He only needed to accumulate enough experience to level up. Now that he had killed a large number of heavenly venerables, he finally had enough experience to break through to heavenly venerable. After all, he had killed so many heavenly venerables before. After becoming the owner of this place, he had cleaned up a large number of powerhouses. The experience he had earned was finally enough to break through to heavenly venerable. Now that he had calmed down, he turned his attention to breaking through to heavenly venerable. I'm finally going to break through to heavenly venerable. Tianyun was still a little excited. If he broke through to heavenly venerable, his overall strength would have a qualitative leap, especially since he could condense his own heavenly venerable spirit treasure and use it to strengthen himself. Senior brothers, I'm going to break through to heavenly venerable first. You guys stay here and cultivate. Tianyun smiled. If heavenly venerable Feng Chiu wakes up, tell her that I'm going to break through. He broke through to heavenly venerable so quickly. They were shocked. Unknowingly, their little junior brother was about to break through to the heavenly venerable level. It's not considered fast. Then I'll go break through first. Onion flew away after saying that, leaving behind the shocked senior brothers. If little junior brother breaks through to heavenly venerable, won't he be able to easily defeat upper heavenly venerables? That's not a problem. He'll definitely be the most heaven-defying heavenly venerable in history. They trembled, feeling that a monstrous heavenly venerable was about to be born. After flying out, Onion found an empty space and began to break through. Break through to heavenly venerable. Ding! Beginning breakthrough to heavenly lord. Progress is currently at 0. After a huge chunk of experience was deducted, he successfully broke through to the heavenly venerable realm. Of course, he wouldn't be able to break through immediately. He would still have to pass the heavenly tribulation before he could officially break through to the heavenly venerate level. To reach such a great realm, one had to experience a heavenly tribulation. It was the same for a heavenly venerable to break through to the heavenly God realm. They both needed to experience a terrifying heavenly tribulation. The difficulty was the same as before. They had to intercept a bunch of inferior heavenly venerables or divine sovereigns. Strength did not mean that one would break through. It was very likely that one would fall, and the probability of that happening was not small. Boom! The terrifying heavenly tribulation began to spread outwards, rushing towards the periphery of the dragon's sovereign temple. Following that, circles of light were released one after another. This kind of light was connected to the Earth Monarch. This meant that there would be as many halos as there were Earth Refinement Lords. The more halos there were, the more difficult it would be. This connection would continue until he broke through to the heavenly deity realm. Because the Earth sovereign level was extremely important, he could not afford to be careless. If he wanted to have higher achievements, he would need to be at least at the 7th or 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. Otherwise, his future potential would be extremely limited, but correspondingly, the difficulty would become even higher. Onion was a 10 refinements Earth Monarch, the number 1 Earth Monarch throughout the ages. This meant that he had 10 circles of heavenly tribulation that would continuously appear in the air. After the circles superimposed, the difficulty increased crazily. With each increase in circle, the difficulty increased by several times. This kind of situation immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators outside. At the same time, it also included the attention of Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the others. Speaking of which, I wonder what level little junior brother will reach. Is it 7 refinements Earth Monarch, 8 refinements Earth Monarch, or 9 refinements Earth Monarch? It's definitely 9 refinements Earth Monarch. If not, how can he have such strength? That's true. No matter what, he's 9 refinements Earth Monarch. If 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaks through to the heavenly venerable realm, then he's really strong enough. He can be considered an upper-level heavenly venerable. They expressed their agreement and felt that it was more or less like this. When the cultivators outside saw that someone broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, they were all very curious. Someone broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, and he broke through in the temple. Looks like he had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he break through to the heavenly venerable realm? Breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm should be in the bag. Thinking back when I broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, I didn't know how much effort it took. I almost died. Each and every one of them revealed envious gazes. They felt very envious of Onion, who broke through in the temple, especially divine lords. Most divine lords didn't have the confidence to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. The difficulty was too high. How could they dare to mess around? No matter what, they had to cultivate a little longer before choosing to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Only then would they have a little confidence and increase the success rate. While they were talking, the halo quickly superimposed to the 8th level and continued to superimpose to the 9th level. After everyone saw it, they all sighed again. I said that little junior brother would break through because of 9 refinements Earth Monarch. However, although the difficulty is high, isn't it still easy for little junior brother? Yes, for a normal 9 refinements Earth Monarch, this kind of heavenly tribulation is considered a narrow escape, but for little junior brother, the difficulty isn't high. Quickly look, it's actually a 9 refinements Earth Monarch who broke through. He's really a great genius. If he successfully breaks through, he can immediately become an upper-level heavenly venerable realm. I didn't expect it to be a genius. I wonder which faction is he from. When they saw this level of heavenly tribulation, the cultivators who originally wanted to leave stopped one after another and watched Itianyan transcend the tribulation at the side. This kind of scene wasn't considered rare. From time to time, there would be divine lords breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm. However, heavenly tribulation of 9 levels of difficulty was still very rare. Just when everyone thought that there was only 9 levels of difficulty, suddenly, a huge halo of light surged over from the void, and the colorful light illuminated their eyes. Immediately, everyone was stunned. When they reacted, they suspected if their eyes were playing tricks on them. 10th level of difficulty. There was actually a 10th level of difficulty. Didn't it mean that it was a 10 refinements Earth Monarch? The problem was that there was such a saying as 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it was the outer divine realm or the inner divine realm, they all believed that 9 refinements Earth Monarch was the limit. Now that a 10 refinements Earth Monarch popped out, it really made them dumbfounded. Little junior brother, he, heavenly venerable swordsman, and the others were still talking cheerfully. When they suddenly saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What did 10 refinements Earth Monarch mean? Chapter 1500. Unique throughout the ages. The 10th refinement Earth Monarch was definitely the only one throughout the ages. This was the first time they had seen the heavenly tribulation of a 10th refinement Earth Monarch. Compared to the 9th layer of difficulty, it was more than 10 times harder. The terrifying power spread out into the surroundings, and space was continuously blasted apart by the tribulation lightning. At the same time, it turned into countless lightning dragons that shuttled through space. The terrifying power continued to increase, causing many cultivators to feel a great sense of pressure. All of them could sense a dangerous aura permeating the air. 10 levels of difficulty. There's even a saying of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Impossible, right? Does the 10 refinement Earth Monarch really exist? I used to joke about it. I've seen the heavenly tribulation of the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. It's only 9 stages of difficulty. Now that it's 10 stages of difficulty, it can only be the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. They were all going crazy, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Some of them quickly informed their companions and asked them to rush over to take a look. This was a rare occurrence. It should be said that it had never happened before. They did not know if there had been such a thing in the past, at least not now, but it was definitely the only one. After the numerous Empyreans spread the news, it quickly spread. After all the Empyrean powerhouses found out about it, they were all shocked. Even the heavenly gods were dumbfounded when they found out. There's even a saying of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. That's impossible. Whether it's true or not, We'll know once we go and take a look. One by one, the Empyrean powerhouses tore open the void and flew towards the ruins. Originally, they didn't plan on going to the ruins, but now that a miracle had appeared, they all headed over. Even the heavenly gods went there together. Heavenly gods weren't interested in this sort of thing, and even more so didn't want to get involved in Empyrean-level battles. Unless there was something important, they wouldn't go. Now, they had no choice but to move and check out the situation. He wanted to see how a 10 refinement Earth monarch broke through, and he wanted to know how a 10 refinement Earth monarch successfully cultivated. If it could be popularized, it would definitely reach a heaven-defying level. They might not be able to use it, but their own disciples, as well as the many new disciples under them, could all make use of it. This was definitely a method that would drive people crazy. If it was any other place, it would drive people crazy. Eteonion was very clear about this matter. If this matter were to spread out, everyone would definitely be jealous. No matter who it was, they would use any means necessary to obtain it. 10 refinements, Earth Monarch, was something that had never happened before. How could it not be important? One had to know that a 9th refinement Earth Monarch was already heaven-defying. What about a 10th refinement Earth Monarch? That was the creation of a whole new era. The Empyreans and heavenly deities all went crazy, all of them quickly sending people to investigate. Who exactly had this level of skill? It was crazy outside, and it was the same inside. Little Junior Brother is a 10 refinements Earth Monarch, too terrifying. No wonder he can jump levels to battle. Just this foundation of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch realm. When he breaks through to the God Monarch realm, he will definitely be a level ahead of others. Heavenly Venerable Sword C was stunned. This difference was very obvious, especially in the later stages. For example, when a 9th refinement Earth Monarch broke through to a Divine Monarch, if the opponent was an 8th refinement Earth Monarch, let alone a 1st level Divine Monarch, even a 2nd level Divine Monarch would be beaten up. If a 7th refinement Earth Monarch broke through to the God Monarch realm, even a God Monarch level 3 would be hung up and beaten. As for 4th level God Monarchs, he could even contend with them. As for the breakthroughs of the 6th refinement Earth Monarch, there was even less to say. The impact was extremely deep. Therefore, if one broke through to the 10th refinement Earth Monarch, the effect would be even more obvious. Under normal circumstances, when a 9th refinement Earth Monarch broke through to the peak of the God Monarch realm, he would be able to fight against a lower-level Heavenly Venerable, and he could even fight against a middle-level Heavenly Venerable for a long time. This was the difference. Therefore, one could imagine how great the impact of a 10th refinement Earth Monarch would be. But even if it's a 10th refinement Earth Monarch, can he jump levels to battle so many levels? It can only be said that he has other abilities. If it's just a 10th refinement Earth Monarch, I believe it definitely won't work. Yes, this matter must not be leaked. Otherwise, Little Junior Brother will definitely be in danger. They immediately discussed that this matter could not be spread out. If it was known, Eteonion would definitely be captured. At that time, forget about the great Devis. Even the Heaven Cultivation God domain would not be able to protect him. After all, this matter would not only affect the 4th grade God domains. Even the 5th grade God domains would be affected. At that time, a few heavenly gods would be sent down to capture Eteonion. Who would dare to stop them? Eteonion was completely unaware of these things. He had chosen this place to break through. It was the safest. At the same time, the people here were also the most trustworthy. If he found a corner to break through to the Heavenly Venerable realm, the commotion of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable realm would definitely spread to several God domains. It would be impossible for no one to know. At that time, there would be no protection. He would definitely be discovered, and he might even be captured by the heavenly gods as soon as it ended. It was safer for him to stay in this dragon sovereign shrine. No one could enter. The 10th heaven tribulation quickly formed, and countless lightning dragons rapidly rushed over. The first wave was this terrifying lightning dragon. This heaven tribulation is not difficult for me at all. Eteonion smiled slightly, activating his crazy damage mode, brandishing domineering power to rush up, smashing this terrifying lightning dragon with one punch. This lightning dragon was very powerful. It had the power of an early or middle level heavenly venerable. But what meaning did this have to him? As long as it wasn't an upper level heavenly venerable attack, it was meaningless to him. He could smash it with one punch. Following that, the second heaven tribulation arrived as scheduled, quickly descending tribulation fire. The power of this tribulation fire rapidly changed to an extremely domineering divine fire. Its power instantly rose to the middle or late level of a lower level heavenly venerable, its power increasing once again. But the result didn't change. It was still smashed with one punch. Following that, the difficulty kept increasing layer by layer, first to the late level of a lower level heavenly venerable, then to the early level of a middle level heavenly venerable. This power made the many lower level heavenly venerables feel somewhat fearful. If they were to block it, they wouldn't be able to block it, yet a divine lord could actually block it. This made them even crazier. How could a 10 refinement Earth Lord have such shocking performance? Little did they know that it was all a misunderstanding. How could a 10 refinement Earth Lord have such shocking power? It was all the credit of crazy mode. But even without crazy mode, if one wanted to pass this heaven tribulation, they had to use a powerful bloodline or something like that. Not only did they need a powerful bloodline, but they also needed powerful armor and weapons, and even more shocking martial arts. Actually, to put it bluntly, everything had to be at a heaven-defying level, otherwise they could forget about passing. This was the heavens making things difficult. They didn't want a genius with a 10 refinement Earth Lord foundation to break through to heavenly venerable. Chapter 15:01. When the outside world thought that the 10 refinements Earth Lord was so heaven-defying, only Eteonion knew that the real situation was not like this. It was because the difficulty was too high that no cultivator succeeded. The conditions were too harsh. Ordinary strength could not break through at all. Breaking through to divine Lord was already a big deal, let alone breaking through to heavenly venerable. The power is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I will probably have to withstand the attack of an upper heavenly venerable in the end. Eteonion felt an extremely strong pressure coming from above. Now that he had reached the 7th level, his attack was already comparable to a middle or late stage heavenly venerable. If this continued, the final attack would probably reach the early stage of an upper heavenly venerable, the strongest attack. Under such circumstances, how could an ordinary cultivator resist? They would definitely need to suppress their cultivation for a long time before they could break through. Everything had to be the best. Otherwise, how could they resist? Moreover, they were constantly being attacked and could not take the initiative to attack. They could only choose to defend. Eteonion had crazy mode, so he could take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, he would also be beaten up. Soon, the heavenly tribulation reached the 10th level. Sure enough, the power had increased to the early stage of an upper heavenly venerable. The wind and clouds changed, the void shattered, and the nearby shattered space changed drastically because of this. Everyone was dumbfounded. How was this still a tribulation? It was simply being hung up and beaten. It looked like they could not believe that this was a divine Lord level tribulation. After all, if they were to resist it, they might not be able to resist it. This time, their hearts trembled. Was the 10 refinements Earth Lord too heaven-defying? Or was the cultivator transcending the tribulation too heaven-defying? Can this guy still succeed? Who could withstand such a terrifying power? Yeah, this feeling is already comparable to an upper heavenly venerables attack. Even if it's just one move, it's heaven-defying. Too terrifying. The previous attack was already terrifying enough. The final attack is simply fatal. The surrounding cultivators were scared silly. If it was such a difficult level, who could break through in the future? If it was an heavenly venerable, they might be able to resist it, but what about a divine lord? The attack that seemed unbelievable to them was so ordinary in Yi Tianyun's eyes. How many upper heavenly venerables did he face? In the end, under his all-out attack, the terrifying 10th level of the heavenly tribulation was destroyed just like that. Following that, the energy gathered by the 10 heavenly tribulations rapidly flowed down from the sky, surging into Yi Tianyun's body. It began to strengthen his body at a crazy rate. Everything was so easy. This was all thanks to his strong foundation. Otherwise, it would have been more strenuous. You succeeded? Everyone was stunned once again. Some people thought that it was impossible to pass, but it was passed just like that. It was impossible for a divine lord to transcend the tribulation, right? That's impossible. He's definitely not a divine lord, but a heavenly venerable. He really succeeded. Unbelievable. This trip was really worth it. But as for which force they belong to, or whether they are male or female, I must see their true appearance. They all went crazy. The heavenly tribulation that seemed so powerful had passed just like that. It made it difficult for them to calm down for a long time. But Empyrean Sword C and the rest smiled and said, I knew that little junior brother can definitely pass through the heavenly tribulation. Speaking of which, the difficulty is really too great. If it were me, I would have died without leaving a single piece of me behind. Not to mention you, even I can't withstand it. They shook their heads. When they were at the peak divine lord level, it was already not bad to be able to fight with lower level heavenly venerables. As for facing this terrifying power, they really would have been blasted into nothingness. However, the heavenly tribulation of a 10 refinements Earth Lord is at least a dozen times harder than a 9 refinements Earth Lord. The last time I saw a heavenly venerable tribulation of a 9 refinements Earth Lord, its power was at most lower level heavenly venerable middle stage or late stage. It was much weaker than this. Heavenly venerable Li Tian recalled what he had seen previously. It was not rare to see a divine lord with a 9 refinements Earth Lord Foundation breakthrough here, but it was also not common. From time to time, they would see it. The difficulty was not low, but it was still far from Yi Tianyun's. Those who could successfully break through to heavenly venerable with a 9 refinements Earth Lord Foundation were all super geniuses of their generation. They would all be elders in the future. As they were all sighing, Yi Tianyun continuously absorbed the surrounding energy to transform his body. He could clearly feel that his power was rapidly transforming. The star power in his body began to gradually transform into heavenly venerable power, a brand new energy system. Only with heavenly venerable power could one unleash the power of heavenly venerable spirit treasure. After a period of time, the transformation was finally complete, and he also broke through to the lower heavenly venerate level. Finally broke through, Yi Tianyun took a deep breath. He felt that his strength had increased a lot, especially when he felt that all the heavenly venerables were a pile of garbage in front of him. Ding! Successfully completed the special level-up mission, breakthrough to a higher realm. After condensing the 5th planet, obtained 10,000 compression crazy point and 5,000 compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Super Heavenly Venerable. Super Heavenly Venerable has a suppressive effect, when facing heavenly venerable level opponents, can weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness, and at the same time, increase your combat effectiveness by 10 times. Only effective when facing heavenly venerable, this title is not much different from the previous titles like Earth Lord. It can weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness and increase his combat effectiveness. To him, this was already quite useful. Unfortunately, it is useless against heavenly gods. If it was useful, the effect would be amazing. Now, with this title, at least in the heavenly venerable level, it can be said that he can walk sideways. Ding! Successfully accepted the special leveling up mission, Breakthrough to a Higher Realm. After condensing the 10th planet, obtained 1 million compression crazy point and 1 million compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Super Heavenly God. You can directly break through to Heavenly God without completing it, but there is no reward. This task has just ended, and immediately a new advancement task popped up. The reward obtained is slightly stronger, but generally there is no change. It's become 10 planets again. This is quite difficult. Now there are only 7 planets, and I need to get 3 more. Tianyun saw this condition and felt that it is still quite difficult. But 1 planet is basically set, that is the dark planet. But what about the other 2? Now that I have broken through to Heavenly Venerable, there should be no problem passing the trial of light and dark, right? Chapter 15:02. After breaking through to Empyrean, it meant that one could use Empyrean spirit treasures or condense Empyrean spirit treasures. This was a rather cautious thing. After all, one could only condense 1 at each stage. There were really no more. It meant that if it was lost, it would all be gone. If one wanted to condense again, they would need to wait for the next stage. The effects of each stage were different. Fortunately, if it was damaged, it could be slowly nurtured and repaired. It could basically be used all the time. Overall, it was still very good. It belonged to a kind of economical and practical lifeblood treasure. It could be strong or weak. Those with few resources, the Empyrean spirit treasure, would naturally be a little weaker. Those with many resources, fiercely smashing down. Then the result would be a very powerful Empyrean spirit treasure. The advantage was that one did not need to seek help from others and could condense it himself. Unlike in the past, one had to go find an artificer or something to refine a treasure. Now, it was custom-made by oneself, but the quality was up to oneself. Condensing Empyrean spirit treasure. The first Empyrean spirit treasure. Just what kind of treasure is needed? Defensive or offensive? Tianyun thought about it. He really did not have any goals. After all, he had never thought about this all along. This did not give him too much time to think. Some had always been thinking about what kind of Empyrean spirit treasure to condense when they were at Peak Divine Lord. Tianyun rushed all the way up and unknowingly broke through to Empyrean. Hence, he naturally did not have good ideas. Forget it, I'll think about it when I'm free. I'll go back first and talk. Tianyun's figure flashed, and he returned to the great hall from before. This time, Empyrean Phoenix Autumn already woke up and was meditating to recover by the side. Little junior brother, really congratulations, you broke through to Empyrean. Breaking through to Empyrean is nothing. The main thing is the foundation of 10 refinements, Earth Lord. This is really miraculous. In other words, it's absolutely a unique existence in all of eternity. But this matter absolutely can't be spread out. Otherwise, it will attract a fatal disaster. All along, no one has broken through to 10 refinements Earth Lord, but little junior brother could succeed. If this method spreads out, it will definitely drive people crazy. Each and every one of them reminded Tianyun not to spread the method in case it caused a dispute. Hearing their concern, Tianyun's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Actually, there's nothing about this method that can't be spread. It all depends on my mood. It should be said that there have been people who tried it before, but it was too difficult. They didn't have the ability to succeed, and as time passed, they failed." All of them were stunned, not knowing what Etienne meant. At this moment, Etienne stretched out 2 fingers and said with a faint smile, "It's easy to break through to the 10th refinement Earth monarch. Just condense 2 planets in your body, and you'll be able to break through." He didn't mind revealing it at all. He had broken through a long time ago, and this kind of thing wasn't a big secret. Even if someone cultivated to the 10th refinement of the Earth monarch realm, what did that have to do with him? Could it be that they could threaten him? He hid it because he didn't want to be captured for research. Right now, he didn't dare to casually expose it, but in front of his senior brothers, what harm was there in saying it? What? All of them were stunned. Even Feng Qiu, who was at the side, jumped up in fright. She had just woken up and heard such news. It was just that she was embarrassed to wake up and talk, especially when talking about such a crucial topic. It was best to pretend that she was recovering and didn't hear anything. Now that she heard such a heavyweight news, she was completely stunned. Little junior brother, you aren't joking, right?" Even Heavenly Venerable Sword, stuttered. "Condensing 2 planets. This kind of situation isn't a problem. Normally, condensing a 2nd planet or something like that, one has to be at the Divine Lord level and above before they dare to do it. If it's Earth Monarch condensing, it's basically a level of 9 deaths and 1 life. That's right, it's a level of 9 deaths and 1 life. So basically no one can succeed. As time passed, no one dared to try anymore. The result is that simple. Is it too out of your expectations?" Etienne said with a smile. This method had been tried a long time ago. It was just that it had been tried too many times and experienced too many failures. So no one dared to try anymore. Maybe some people succeeded, but later on, due to breaking through to the Divine Lord level or something, they naturally were completely ignored. This is really too out of our expectations. I thought it was some martial art or some spirit pill to break through. So it's this kind of forbidden method. They were all shocked. Normally, they called it a forbidden method. That was before becoming a Divine Lord. One mustn't casually condense a 2nd planet. Of course, condensing a 2nd planet in the later stages was not easy. It had to be in line with one's physique. Otherwise, one's body would definitely explode. That's right, it's this kind of forbidden method. Probably no one would believe it if I told them, right? Etienne said with a smile. But the result is like this. As long as the 2nd planet is condensed, one can successfully break through to the 10th refinement Earth monarch. Everything is that simple. Etienne's smile was so terrifying in their eyes. If this was simple, the 10th refinement Earth monarchs would have long been everywhere. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. So what if they knew now? It was something that had 9 deaths and 1 life. It could even be said that 10 deaths and 1 life were certain, but no one would believe it if I told them. They would definitely think that you used some other method. It seems like we can't publicize it in the end. You are the real master. After Heavenly Venerable Sword C, and the others knew the truth, they almost cried. This method was really terrifying. It wasn't easy to nurture a 9th refinement Earth monarch. Whether it was the outer or inner deity realms, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to reach the 9th refinement Earth monarch. If one died, just like that when breaking through to the 10th refinement Earth monarch, everything would be in vain. Therefore, it still depended on one's resources. If one's resources were heaven-defying, they could still play around. Otherwise, the few 9th refinement Earth monarchs that they had painstakingly nurtured would all die because of condensing a second planet. That kind of feeling could be imagined. It was better to just have a ninth refinement Earth monarch. After all, a ninth refinement Earth monarch was already very strong. Breaking through to the heavenly venerable level was considered a relatively strong type. I didn't intend to publicize it in the first place. I just wanted to tell senior brothers so that they wouldn't say that I'm hiding my abilities, Tianyun said with a smile. Our little junior brother is still the most generous. He said it casually. It's just that the truth is a little terrifying. They laughed loudly. If it was them, they might really give it a try. Different situations would naturally make different choices. For example, if they were alone at that time, then they would just die. As for now, that was the entire sex matter. The death of a ninth refinement Earth monarch was a huge loss. They definitely couldn't try this method casually. Chapter 15:03. They who knew the truth did not know whether to laugh or cry. The difficulty of 10 refining Earth monarch was unattainable. So they already knew how to break through. It was just that they had tried too many times and failed too many times, causing people to lose hope in 10 refining Earth monarchs. Tianyun had broken through to 10 refining Earth monarch under conditions that were impossible in the past. What could they say? But if word got out, if people believed it, there would definitely be many who would risk their lives for this 10 refining Earth monarch. And at that time, it would cause a bunch of cultivators to die. After all, there were still many who were not afraid of death, and even more who felt that they were extraordinary and felt that they could break through successfully. Needless to say, there would definitely be many who died. There were so many cultivators, and there were even more who thought that they were extraordinary. So if they really believed it, they would definitely try. Because the difficulty was too high, if word got out, the number of deaths would definitely rise. As time passed, if there was no one who succeeded, his words would definitely be questioned, and they would think that he was a liar. At that time, he would be besieged. It would truly be a thankless task. In any case, Tianyun did not have that kind of fearless spirit, that kind of dedication. He did not have it at all. What others did, as long as his friends and family believed it, it was fine. Venerable Fengqiu, looks like you have already woken up. Tianyun looked at the dumbstruck, venerable Fengqiu and sized her up. Although her aura was still weak, her overall situation was still good, and she only needed to recover for a period of time to completely recover. But this time was definitely calculated in terms of years, and this kind of eruption would consume a lot of energy, and it was not something that could be easily recovered. Even using medicinal pills would not work. Yes, I just woke up. Venerable Fengqiu laughed awkwardly. She had heard Tianyun's words, but still felt rather awkward. Don't worry about anything. I won't blame you. This is not a secret. Condense 2 planets and successfully break through to 10 refining Earth monarch. Tianyun repeated to her, "This is really too inconceivable. You have broken the biggest scam in history. I had also thought of 10 refining Earth monarch before, but every time I mentioned it, I would be rejected. Everyone said that there wouldn't be a 10th refinement Earth monarch, and at most a 9th refinement Earth monarch. They told me to give up." Fengqiu shook her head and said, "I didn't expect this to be a scam. It's just that I don't have the ability, and thus I was thought to be at the level of failure." A scam? Huh? Tianyun rubbed his nose. He had to admit that the difficulty of the 10 refinements Earth monarch was indeed very high. It could even be said to be abnormally difficult. If he wasn't good in all aspects, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. You could call it a scam, but you could also call it not a scam. Those who said these words could only say that they were thinking for the sake of their descendants and didn't want to send them to their deaths. But this matter, I will keep this secret for Lord Heavenly Cloud. No, I am already Heavenly Sovereign Heavenly Cloud. I will keep it a secret for you. Venerable Feng Qiu was also aware of the problem. It was better not to publicize this matter. Then I'll have to thank Supreme Feng Qiu. Yi Tianyun actually didn't mind. Even if someone publicized it, he would just say it. As for whether or not someone would come to capture him, it would depend on whether he had the ability. He thought for a moment, then added, "Speaking of which, our gains this time are not bad. We've taken all the treasures in the shrine. Venerable Feng Qiu doesn't have any objections, right?" "No objections. I've already said it before. I only want the shrine and the golden tree. You can take the rest. You guys have contributed a lot. Without you guys, I wouldn't have succeeded." Venerable Feng Qiu smiled, lightly. "So what should be yours is still yours. I just want to keep it as a memento. The rest has nothing to do with me." She wanted the shrine to come down because she wanted to get her uncle's relics. Treasures and whatnot were just external things. What she truly had feelings for was still the venerable dragon shrine. "Then we won't be courteous." Yi Tianyun smiled. "Speaking of which, is Supreme Feng Qiu willing to join my force? Look at our cooperation this time. Next time, if there's any ancient ruins, I can bring you along." In the end, Supreme Feng Qiu did not join. It was just that Yi Tianyun saw an opportunity to rope her in and chose to reject. After rejecting, it was about time to leave. This place had already been plundered, and there was nothing left to be reluctant to leave. Yi Tianyun did not have any thoughts of changing his mind. He said that he would hand over control to her. When he handed over control to her, Supreme Feng Qiu was slightly touched. If it was anyone else, they might not be willing to hand it over. Although the treasures here have been plundered, the shrine's value is still very high. Supreme Feng Qiu's words were not wrong. As long as Yi Tianyun did not want to hand it over, Supreme Feng Qiu could not do anything about it. But correspondingly, Yi Tianyun could only hide here. If he went out and was discovered, the result would be obvious. "I am very trustworthy. Whatever I said before, it is what it is." Yi Tianyun smiled. "If possible, it would be best if you could join my force." "Supreme Feng Qiu, regarding my matter, what plans do you have?" Yi Tianyun looked at her solemnly. Supreme Feng Qiu was silent for a while before saying, "I will not tell anyone about your matter, but I will spread the cultivation method." "Spread it?" Yi Tianyun shook his head. "Supreme Feng Qiu, I advise you not to do that. You just have to say that someone is hiding in a corner undergoing tribulation. It has nothing to do with you. Sometimes no one will believe you when you tell the truth. But this is a situation that can change the divine realm." Supreme Feng Qiu said with a burning gaze. "No, most of the time, it will only change your own situation." Yi Tianyun shook his head. "Everything depends on your own choice. Everyone has their own choice." "Why do you say that?" Feng Qiuzun frowned and said, "This is a great discovery. Just like how our ancestors spread out all sorts of cultivation levels and all sorts of methods to break through, it is the same logic. If it is spread, it is equivalent to benefiting the entire divine realm." "Benefiting the divine realm." Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently, "But there are many people who are too stupid, too incompetent. The result is that those who know the truth will be completely drowned." "What do you mean?" Supreme Feng Qiu did not understand what Yi Tianyun meant. She only knew that if she said it, it would be equivalent to solving an unsolved mystery. Many people would think, why was there a 9 refinements Earth monarch but not a 10 refinements Earth monarch being surrounded by this mystery? Now that it was solved, how could it not be a shocking matter in the divine realm? Nothing much. You will know very soon. Chapter 1504. After Yi Tianyun and the rest left, Feng Qiuzun rested for a moment before flying out of the Dragon Sovereign Temple. "The gate is open, the gate is open." At this moment, the cultivators waiting outside shivered. They all stared at the door, wondering who would come out. Who could have taken over the dragon-revered temple? Feng Qiuzun walked out, and when her figure entered everyone's eyes, they were all shocked. Supreme Feng Qiu? They were all stunned. They did not expect that the one who occupied the Dragon Sovereign Shrine was actually Feng Qiuzun. The Dragon Sovereign Shrine belongs to me now. Everyone, please leave. After a period of time, the other cultivation grounds of the Dragon Sovereign Shrine will be open for everyone to cultivate. I welcome all fellow Taoists to come. Venerable Feng Qiu maintained her smile, still filled with friendliness. After everyone heard this, they looked at each other and laughed. So it was Venerable Feng Qiu who took it. Then we can rest easy. Feng Qiuzun's strength is not bad. It's not surprising that she could occupy the Dragon Sovereign Shrine. This is great. This way, I can come here to cultivate in the future. The Dragon Sovereign Shrine is quite famous. All of them laughed. Feng Qiuzun had always been so generous. As long as she could provide it, she would provide it. That was why she was so popular. At the same time, some people thought that she was a fool and an idiot. If he gave away everything, what about himself? No one knew what Feng Qiuzun's goal was. They all chose to hand over all sorts of benefits. How could they not be treated as fools and idiots? Rogue cultivators would not think so, but the leaders of some forces would think that Feng Qiuzun was a fool, handing over everything for nothing. As for those itinerant cultivators, they would definitely help her, but in the end, they could not be considered as their own forces. However, she had done so. She did not know what her true goal was. Everything was a mystery. Even so, there were still many people who wanted to rope in Feng Qiuzun. After all, Feng Qiuzun had high prestige, her talent was shocking, and she was a woman. This caused Feng Qiuzun's status to skyrocket. If someone were to marry her, they would fly to the heavens. The powerful domain of the gods had sent their disciples to chase after Venerable Feng Qiu, and Emperor Wuxing and the others had done the same. If the conditions allowed, he could pay a certain price to pursue Feng Qiuzun. If they could tie the knot, their future descendants would definitely be heaven-defying, and it would bring them even more prestige. Many rogue cultivators might have joined because of this. It could be said that Feng Qiu was superior to thousands of soldiers and horses. With a single call, hundreds would respond. There was a possibility that some wandering cultivators would come over because of this. Venerable Feng Qiu, I have a question for you. Please answer it. At this time, a few heavenly gods flew over with serious expressions. I wonder if Lord Heavenly Gods have any questions. Venerable Feng Qiu said, with an indifferent expression. I believe in Venerable Feng Qiu. Did you see the heavenly tribulation just now? That was the Empyrean tribulation of the 10th refinement Earth monarch. This person broke through in this temple. Do you know who that cultivator is? Several Empyrean gods, as well as many Empyrean venerables at the side, stared straight at him. They were not rogue cultivators, but people from various forces. They all had one goal, and that was to capture this person. Even if they couldn't capture him, they had to force him to tell them what the method was. I am very sorry I cannot tell you anything about this person, but there is one thing I can say, and that is the cultivation method. Venerable Feng Qiu knew that they would definitely ask this question. If it was anyone else, they would have to deal with this question. Unless they abandoned this temple, as the owner of this place, they would definitely have to come out and answer this question. The cultivation method, what exactly is it? They all came over, their eyes shooting out bright light. Very simple. It is to condense 2 planets to meet the conditions to break through to the 10th refinement Earth monarch. Venerable Feng Qiu answered truthfully. She said that she would not say Etienne's name, but she would still say the method. She weighed the pros and cons, and still decided to say it, in order to restore the truth, to restore a scam. Back then, she was filled with anticipation towards the 10th refinement Earth monarch, but every time she wanted to cultivate, she would be denied. As time passed, she no longer had this kind of adventurous spirit. Now, she felt that there was a need to open a new era. When these words came out, everyone was stunned and looked at her as if she was an idiot. This was simply a joke. Who would believe this bullsh**? All along, it had been proven to be fake. There was simply no one within the Earth monarch realm who could successfully condense 2 planets. Venerable Fengqiu, I hope that you do not speak lies. This has long been proven to be impossible. The result of forcefully doing this is death. Are you trying to bring disaster to the entire deity realm? One of the deities had an ugly expression. He was the first to not believe Venerable Fengqiu's words. That's right. Is Venerable Fengqiu joking? Or is that friend of yours speaking nonsense? This is impossible. No one has ever succeeded since the ancient times. The eyes of the deities were filled with rage. If not for Venerable Fengqiu, they would have already grabbed him and beaten him up. This kind of thing that had already been decided. If it was said that it could succeed, who would believe it? I never speak nonsense. This is the truth. That friend of mine will also not lie to me. Venerable Fengqiu believed that Tianyun would not lie to her. Moreover, she had also thought that this was a feasible method. Won't lie to you? The deities laughed coldly. What proof do you have? How can you prove that this method is feasible? Maybe that friend of yours is actually lying to you. Venerable Fengqiu looked at him coldly and said, whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. I have already told you the cultivation method. I ask Venerable Fengqiu to tell me the whereabouts of that friend of yours. This matter cannot be careless. This is for the benefit of the entire deity realm. Yes, as long as we can grasp the true cultivation method, it can allow the cultivator's cultivation to break through by a large margin. This is a great discovery. It is the benefit of the entire deity realm. If you don't say it, then you are going against the entire deity realm. All of the deities were overbearing, including the Empyreans at the side. They were all filled with doubt towards her. They did not believe Venerable Fengqiu's words. Unless they captured Tianyun and frantically searched his soul at the same time, they would not believe it. That's right, maybe Venerable Fengqiu, you know the method. You are just fooling us. You are too selfish. You are not thinking about the deity realm at all. Too selfish, and you want to frame us. We have really misjudged you. At this time, many Empyreans and divine monarchs at the side started to scold. These rogue cultivators actually started to scold Venerable Fengqiu. I am selfish. Venerable Fengqiu was so angry that she was trembling. She did not think that her selfless dedication would actually be scolded as selfish. And she was speaking the truth. It was not a lie. But what did she get in return? There was only a round of abuse. Little junior brother, this is the reason why you are not leaving? Something like that. I knew this would happen. A bunch of cultivators who know nothing but sh**t. They keep saying that they're doing this for the benefit of the whole. If this wasn't the method, but some other secret method, they definitely wouldn't reveal it. All of them look dignified, but their hearts are incomparably dirty. Chapter 15:05. Tianyun had long expected that revered Phoenix Autumn would fall into such a situation. It could even be said that it was a definite time. Even if he appeared and said it, it would be useless. If he did not search his soul, who would believe his words? But would he search someone's soul? This was simply the ravings of a lunatic. As for benefiting the realm of the gods, there was no need to talk about such rubbish. He did not have such a selfless spirit. So, what if he was scolded for being selfish? If he had the ability, he could go and research it himself. A bunch of weaklings wanted to come over and ask for all kinds of benefits. Why? Then should we go out now? Heavenly Venerable Sword C couldn't bear to see her like this. I can see that she has suffered a huge blow. All along, Feng Qiuzun had been extremely generous and was willing to give anything. Now that he's been scolded for being selfish, he must have suffered a huge blow. Those pieces of trash. It's just a guy who was bribed, purposely stirring things up in order to make Feng Qiuzun betray me. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Let's see the situation. First, let me see what Feng Qiuzun will do. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Emperor Feng Qiu. Although he had been trying to rope in Emperor Feng Qiu, but now he wanted to see if Emperor Feng Qiu was the kind of person he approved of. Even if Venerable Feng Qiu had agreed to join his forces, she had to go through a certain test. If he couldn't pass the test, he still didn't want it. What he wanted was absolute loyalty, and one that would not betray him. Although they had rejected him time and time again, who knew if they might join in the future? It should be said that Yi Tianyun had the confidence to pull Feng Qiuzun over. Now was the testing period to see how she performed. They hid and watched while Feng Qiuzun's face turned white and green, being scolded for being selfish. It really hurt her. I swear on my honor that I'm not lying. This is the method to break through to the 10th refinement of the Earth Monarch. If everyone doesn't believe me, then it has nothing to do with me. I, Feng Qiu, have never lied. At the same time, I believed in my friend's words. Since he said so, then it was true. I will never doubt my friend's words. This is the basic rule. You can call me stupid, you can call me an idiot. Behind my back, I know how many times you've scolded me, but that's not important. What's important is that I'm willing to pay for it. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. At the same time, I will never betray my friends. This has always been my standard. Venerable Feng Qiu's voice was sonorous and forceful, heavily striking back at these Empyreans and gods. Whether they believed it or not, that was their business. It had nothing to do with her. He was already being kind by saying it out loud. That's right, Venerable Feng Qiu has always been contributing. How could she possibly lie? Exactly. Who did not know of Feng Qiuzun's heart? How could he lie? Bullshit. What's selfish? Whoever says Feng Qiuzun is selfish, your father will fight with them. All of them stood up to speak for Venerable Feng Qiu. They were all true rogue cultivators, and not those hired previously. As for how he could tell, Yi Tianyun could tell with his appraisal. Some of them weren't rogue cultivators at all, but disciples of some great power. How could they tell him they were rogue cultivators? One by one, they came out to support her, which was enough to prove how high her prestige was. There were many experts who supported her. There were more than 10 Empyreans in front of them, and there were even more divine monarchs. Some of them had never received Venerable Feng Qiu's kindness, but they had all heard of Venerable Feng Qiu's actions and approved of her actions. Thus, they couldn't help but stand up for her. This immediately caused a commotion, but the expressions of the few gods did not look good. They did not wish for this to happen. Venerable Feng Qiu, I did not say that you are lying, but that does not mean that your friend will not lie. This is regarding the new developments in the God domain. We cannot be careless. Yes, as long as you find your friend, we will definitely not make things difficult for him. Tell us the correct method, or let us do a simple soul search to prove it. Believe in Venerable Feng Qiu. You should know what the value of this is. As long as you prove what the correct method is, we will compensate your friend properly. All of the gods were still trying to persuade her. No matter what, they did not believe such an answer. It had always been proven wrong. How could they still feel that it was true? If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. I still have the same answer as before. I believe in my friend. And the second point is that I will not tell anyone about my friend. Venerable Feng Qiu said coldly, That's about it. Do as you wish." With that, she planned to leave, but at this time, one of the gods intercepted her, blocking in front of her. "Venerable Feng Qiu, this is no small matter. This is no longer your own matter, but the entire god domain's matter. Even the 5th grade god domain's matter." This god's tone was sharp. Even the 5th grade god domain was brought up. It could be imagined how serious it was. "Sorry, I have my own principles. I have already answered what should be answered. Whether you believe me or not is up to you," Venerable Feng Qiu said coldly. Just as she was about to go around this god and leave, an ear-piercing voice suddenly came from behind. Pretending to be a holy maiden, pretending to know what morality is, don't think that no one in the world knows. The master of this dragon sovereign shrine is actually your uncle. Otherwise, you would not have obtained it so easily. As for your parents, very few people know about them, but there are still people who know. Your parents are killing maniacs, and are also one of the murderers of the God Domain War. Who knows how many geniuses they killed, and also indiscriminately killed innocent people. Their hands are all stained with blood, although you have not experienced it, but you also have their bloodline. I don't know how many cultivators have been destroyed by your meddling. This is the truth, and you are the descendant of those demons. You have always used your own abilities to save this world. In reality, you want to make up for your own mistakes. But can you make up for it? Who knows how many people have died? Can you make it up to them? Be sensible. Hand over that so-called friend of yours. This way you can do something of boundless virtue and make up for your parents' mistakes. The one who spoke at the side was an old god, his eyes filled with ridicule, and even more so, disdain. It was very obvious that he was an old god and knew a little more. Venerable Feng Qiu's body shook. She actually froze on the spot, and then her entire body started to tremble. Tianyan, who was hiding in the shadows, reached out to rub his chin, his eyes flickering. There's such a thing? If it's really like that, then her actions can be understood. Chapter 1506. The term demoness was rather harsh on the ears. I am not a demoness, Feng Qiuzun retorted in a low voice, but her tone was weak, like a thief that had been caught, weak, but her head was lowered. If you are not a demoness, then what are you? Your parents are filled with blood, and you want to make up for their mistakes? Come to think of it, your father died back then, and your mother ran off somewhere, giving birth to you in the end. Logically speaking, you should be very old. How can you be so young? This old heavenly deity still couldn't figure it out. These ancient level existences, logically speaking, Feng Qiuzun should be very old. How could she only be 1,000 years old? This was something that they could not understand. Normally, no one would link Venerable Feng Qiu's status to an ancient level Empyrean. The main reason was that the era was long ago, tens of thousands of years ago. Feng Qiuzun was only 1,000 years old. How could she be linked to the era 10,000 years ago? So no one would suspect this, but in the end, it was still seen through. How it was seen through, no one knew. It could only be said that there was definitely someone behind this. I am not a demoness. I am just Feng Qiuzun, an orphan. Feng Qiuzun's eyes were red. She raised her head, tears already covering her beautiful face. In her eyes, there was sorrow and unwillingness, and even more humiliation. Without a doubt, their words were true. She also knew the truth. You are indeed an orphan, but at the same time, you are also a demoness. The old god laughed coldly. All right, no need to say more. What bullshit, holy maiden. All of this is bullshit. This is her true face. You all have seen it, right? What evidence do you have? Yes. What evidence do you have to prove that Feng Qiuzun is the child of the demoness? If there is no evidence, then it is slander. Slandering people and slandering Feng Qiuzun, this is intolerable. If there is no evidence, we will be the first to deny it. There were still many rogue cultivators who chose to support Feng Qiuzun. They did not believe that Feng Qiuzun was a demoness. This was like pointing at a princess and calling her a thief. Evidence, the old god said disdainfully. I do not have evidence whether it is true or not. Won't we know by asking her? All this time, she's been doing good. Why do you think she's doing this? Be sensible and announce the real method. It's good for everyone. We won't pursue what your parents did in the past. After all, it was something that happened a long time ago and has nothing to do with you. But your parents did a lot of wrong things, and this can make up for their mistakes. Even though I can't make up for it completely, I can at least make up for the mistakes. This aged heavenly deity's eyes flickered with cold light. Even though he said this, he couldn't casually take action. No matter what, heavenly venerable Feng Qiu's status was rather high. It would not be a wise thing to provoke those rogue cultivators. If it was anyone else without saying a word, they would capture Feng Qiuzun first. It could be imagined that Feng Qiuzun's position and prestige was not simple and could even be said to be astonishing. Even some of the heavenly gods didn't dare to move recklessly. At this time, everyone's gazes turned to look, wanting to hear what Feng Qiuzun had to say. Feng Qiuzun had never lied, and she probably wouldn't lie this time. Feng Qiuzun was completely silent. She then raised her head and said, My parents are indeed from the ancient generation, but I believe that my parents are definitely not demons and are speaking nonsense. What a joke! If you say they aren't, then they aren't. If we find an old, ancient, heavenly venerable, he will definitely be able to testify. Coincidentally, in my faction, there are experts from that era, and he told me about these things. The aged heavenly god laughed coldly. If you don't believe it, why are you doing good? Why didn't you choose to join other factions? All of this can be seen. You are just trying to make up for your mistakes. Otherwise, I don't believe it. What innately willing to do good, it's all bullshit. No need to struggle. The truth is the truth. You only know how to lie to yourself. This aged heavenly god was indeed a veteran. Every word seemed to be filled with thorns, and every word was filled with aggression. It wasn't the first time they heard these words, and when they repeated it again, everyone felt that it made some sense. They actually felt that the words of this heavenly god were somewhat trustworthy. All along, who would be so generous? If they didn't make a huge mistake, how could they be so generous, so selfless? Wasn't it to make up for their mistakes, to make themselves feel better? That's right, speaking of which, it really is so. I have also heard of this matter. Feng Qiuzun's parents might really be demons. Demons. These battles in the divine realm were caused by those demons back then. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Many of them, including the rogue cultivators, really believed it for a moment. They felt that if it wasn't so, why would Feng Qiuzun be so generous? My parents are not demons. Everything is fake. I don't believe it. Feng Qiuzun shouted, her body trembling, her eyes red. However, her words were not convincing at all. Fake. If it's fake, why did you choose to selflessly contribute? All kinds of good deeds. Are they all fake? In your heart, you must also think that your parents are demons. This heavenly god was overbearing, as though he wanted to completely force Feng Qiuzun to death. All of them looked at her with strange gazes. If it was really like this, then Feng Qiuzun's good deeds had a purpose. It was to make up for her mistakes. If that was the case, then the hearts that supported her would sink. Words were a fearful thing. It was completely displayed here. In just a few words, he had completely sealed off Feng Qiuzun's previous actions and threw her into the ditch like trash. No. My parents are not demons. They are not demons. If they are not demons, then take out the evidence. She has always been doing good deeds to make up for her mistakes. Even she thinks so. What evidence do you need? Let me ask everyone who would do good deeds for no reason. Even an idiot would not do so. The heavenly venerables at the side shouted, echoing the words of the heavenly God. That's right, if you think about it carefully, it's all like this. This is equivalent to the child of a murderer to make up for the mistakes of a murderer. What is there to be grateful for? Feng Qiuzun was immediately condemned by everyone. Her reputation immediately became so unbearable. These old heavenly gods stared at her, wanting to see her crumble bit by bit, especially her Tao heart crumbling bit by bit. Obediently tell us about your companion, and we will not pursue this matter. At this time, the fox's tail was finally revealed, and his final goal was still this. Even if my parents are demons, I cannot go against my own morals. Just give up on this thought. Her Tao heart did not collapse, and she still held on to her previous beliefs. Good. Then don't blame us. Capture her. They hardened their hearts and could only choose to use forceful methods. But this time he had achieved his goal, and that was to first use words to attack and let the surrounding rogue cultivators spread the news. Then the other rogue cultivators would not attack them. At this time, several heavenly venerables at the side instantly exploded, turning into dust in the universe. Chapter 1507. Etianyan did not choose to show his true face. It was to avoid trouble. He did not want so many people to remember his face. If he chose to be wanted like this, then all the divine domains would recognize him. It was better to avoid trouble. He had always been like this. Who are you? You dare to kill my people? The old god at the side, when he saw Etianyan make a move, his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Etianyan had killed a few of his powerful experts. How could his expression not be ugly? Kill your people? It seems like you still know that they are your people, spreading lies to confuse people, and even letting your companions go along with you. What are your intentions? Etianyan looked coldly at the old god. In my opinion, you are just slandering venerable Feng Qiu. Can anyone be kind? You think that no one will be kind just because your heart is filthy? What a load of bullshit, saying so much nonsense. Isn't it just to force out the whereabouts of venerable Feng Qiu's friends? Saying so much pompous words, but in truth, you want to force out the cultivation method so that you can increase your overall strength. This way of eating, it is truly ugly, disgusting. You even got your companions to pretend to be rogue cultivators to go along with your words. I believe everyone knows what you mean. Everyone looked at the old god, their gazes darkening. They had really thought that it was another rogue cultivator, but now it seemed that it was not a rogue cultivator, but someone sent by this god to go along with them. Heavenly God Wu Ming, I never thought that you were slandering venerable Feng Qiu. That's right, you are a great god, and you actually use such a despicable method. I believed you just now, but now it seems that Heavenly God Wu Ming is just spouting nonsense. They immediately believed Etianyan because Heavenly God Wu Ming had just admitted that the heavenly venerables in the crowd were from his faction. Because he was too angry, he had spilled the beans. Heavenly God Wu Ming did not expect that he would fall into a trap and subconsciously scolded, causing the situation to tilt towards venerable Feng Qiu's side. Feng Qiuzun looked up at Etianyan. She had never seen Etianyan before. Why would he help her? I did ask someone to say it, but what do you mean by that? I'm doing this for the future of the entire deity realm. I must obtain the 10 refinements Earth Monarch cultivation method. Wu Ming's anger surged, and his Empyrean deity power rapidly enveloped the surroundings. He had already regarded Etianyan as a rogue cultivator who had killed several of his heavenly venerables. How could he let him off so easily? She has already said that the cultivation method is to condense 2 planets. Is there a problem? Etianyan looked at Empyrean God Wu Ming with a calm look on his face. He wasn't worried about the Empyrean god power emanating from the surroundings. What a joke! Again with this kind of joke. However, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. Heavenly God, Wu Ming said coldly, "This has already been proven to be fake, and you're still treating it as the truth? Do you still believe her words? Why not? If you want to break through to the 10 refinements, Earth Monarch, you need to condense 2 planets. It's that simple." Yi Tianyun said calmly, "Of course, if you want to succeed, you won't be able to do it without luck. The key is your own strength." What a joke. I don't know where you came from, but you're definitely going to die today. Empyrean God, Wu Ming snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. The Empyrean god power that had already surrounded him quickly turned into a huge palm and squeezed toward Yi Tianyun, wanting to crush him with one palm. In his opinion, Yi Tianyun's strength was only at the level of a lower-level heavenly venerate. He didn't need to use his full strength to crush his opponent easily. At this time, a vast power erupted from Yi Tianyun's body. Chains immediately appeared behind him, forming 10 chains in the void. This meant that his foundation was at the level of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Once this 10 refinements Earth Monarch appeared, it immediately had a suppressive power. It could slightly suppress all powerhouses who didn't have a foundation at the level of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. It also had a suppressive effect on Empyrean God Wu Ming. Of course, this effect was already negligible, mainly because the difference in cultivation was too great. If their cultivation levels were similar, then this would have an effect. Even if one was already a heavenly venerate or an Empyrean god, the foundation of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch was still there. This made the difference even more obvious. It could be said that one step ahead, one step ahead. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. The proof of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch was so close to them. This wasn't a legend. It had really happened. Those who were at the same cultivation level as Yi Tianyun immediately felt a great pressure, as if they were being suppressed by Yi Tianyun. It's really a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. My God, it really exists. I thought it was fake. This is too scary. It's possible to reach the level of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Many rushed over after hearing the commotion, but it was too late. By the time they arrived, Yi Tianyun had already completed his tribulation. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were completely stunned. Those who had seen it before were also shocked when they saw it again. This was too miraculous. Because I am her friend, and the only 10 refinements Earth Monarch. What I said is the truth. If there is any falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. Yi Tianyun immediately swore an oath in front of everyone to prove that his words were true. After making the oath, there was no lightning striking him, which meant that his words were not lies. Heavenly Venerate Sky Cloud. After Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu saw this, her eyes turned red. Apart from Yi Tianyun, who else could have broken through to the level of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch? She didn't expect that she would still draw out Yi Tianyun. She felt very guilty in her heart. Before this, Yi Tianyun had already warned her that it was best to play dumb and say that she didn't know. Who knew that it would lead to so many things and even cause Yi Tianyun to come out, messing up the original plan. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Tianyun had already expected this kind of thing and would not disrupt any plans. It was just that it was good for Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu to recognize reality, but she didn't expect that even some insider information would be drawn out. Now, I have already sworn an oath. The foundation is 2 planets. Only then can I successfully break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Yi Tianyun looked at them coldly and said, all of the heavenly gods shuddered and gathered around him. This friend, I wonder if you have joined any forces? They did not immediately act violently, but instead became excited. "I have not joined any forces." Eteonyon lied. "Not join any forces?" All of their eyes lit up. One of the heavenly gods stood out and said, "Join our force. We will give you the best resources." "No, as long as you want any resources, we will give them to you." "No, join us. They will give you all the resources they have." "But what resources can they have?" "Only then will we have more resources." "We have more resources and are ranked in the top 5 of the 4th grade god domain." All of the forces seemed to have gone crazy, continuously coming over to rope in Eteonyon. Even if he told them the method, they would still rope him in. Not only was his potential limitless, the main thing was the method. Chapter 1508. One faction after another rushed out to rope him in, each offer more tempting than the last. This was not like trying to rope in a heavenly venerable, it was more like trying to rope in a sky god, and a very powerful one at that. Under the frenzied roping, their faces were all revealed, and heavenly venerable Phoenix Autumn was completely ignored. It could be said that she was completely abandoned, and that Eteonyon was the focus. Our sacred peak, celestial realm, will also give all our resources. Heavenly god Wu Ming also offered an extremely high price, wanting to rope in Eteonyon. "I'm sorry. Even if I join other factions, I will not join your faction." Eteonyon pointed at heavenly god Wu Ming and said coldly, "Not only is your heart filthy, but you also slandered my friend. I will never join a faction like yours." Actually, most of them had heard of the sacred peak, celestial realm. This guy was a sky god of the sacred peak, celestial realm. How could he join the sacred peak, celestial realm? Heavenly god Wu Ming's expression was ugly, and his heart sank. He wanted to fly into a rage, but he could not. He did not have a chance, but that did not mean that the other sky gods did not have a chance. Hence, if he made a move, the other sky gods would stop him and not let him make a move. Seeing a group of people trying to rope in Eteonyon, so crazily, heavenly venerable Phoenix Autumn felt a little angry. These bastards, doing so much just for this cultivation method. So what if they knew the correct method? Where was the detailed cultivation method? This was like a heaven-defying martial art. They knew the effects and power of a heaven-defying martial art, but how to cultivate it? Over so many years, no one had succeeded, which meant that the method was very important. He might need to condense a planet of some attribute, or he might need to use some elixirs, or he might even need to use some martial arts to cultivate. After all, knowing a certain condition still required many basic conditions. If the basic conditions were not met, how could one succeed? Unbeknownst to them, there were not many prerequisites. One just needed to be strong enough and bold enough to succeed. Of course, one's constitution also had to be compatible. If the planet condensed was not compatible with one's elemental body, there was no way to succeed. Eteonyon won't say this out loud because it's not necessary. Even his own faction doesn't necessarily recommend this method. Because he had experienced it himself, it was simply too difficult. If he tried it himself, the failure rate would be extremely high. Unless there was a cultivator that he fancied who fit the criteria, he might be able to give it a try. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any thoughts of joining other forces either." Eteonyon said indifferently, "Because you're all jackals of the same tribe. There's no point in joining you, especially when you think that my friend is trying to make up for his mistake. Don't slander me when you don't have any concrete evidence. What demoness? What devil? It was all nonsense. You even brought out the experts of the older generation. I even said that your father killed someone. Where's the evidence? Don't be so childish, you bunch of fools. That's something that happened in the previous era, and you're speaking as if you didn't do anything. I don't know how many innocent people you've killed and how many planets you've destroyed. And you're still talking to me about the devil? You're probably the devil yourself, okay? As for the war of the gods, that's even more nonsense. When the war of the divine realms broke out in the divine realms, weren't the sacred peak divine realms and the myriad heaven divine realms the loudest? What a joke. All of you make it sound so noble, but who knows how many shameful things you've done in secret, and how much blood is on your hands. Even if Feng Qiu's parents did such a thing, at least she wasn't born at that time, so it had nothing to do with her. It's fine if she makes up for her mistakes now, or if she's being kind, at least she's truly helping others. What about you guys? What good things have you done? I feel that you haven't done any good things, but you've done a bunch of heinous things, right? Even if your father or your ancestors started hundreds of war of the divine realms, you probably wouldn't think of anything to make up for it. You want to find me now and force me to tell you the method? Do you really think I don't know? Tianyun spat out a bunch of words, causing their faces to twitch. He was too arrogant. There were so many gods here. Did he want to die? Even if he had the foundation of a 10-refinement Earth monarch and was at a heaven-defying level among the sky sovereigns, he still had to kneel in front of a sky god. Feng Qiu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Tianyun had stood up to speak up for her. She actually didn't know if her parents had really done it before. Sometimes she really wondered if her parents had done it before. That was why they didn't join any faction and just wanted to help the suffering. Sincerity was a big part of it. If they didn't have this kind heart, who would make up for it? If it were some black-hearted people, they wouldn't talk about making up for it. They would still eat with peace of mind. On the other hand, she couldn't do it. Her conscience was uneasy. Regardless of whether she had done it or not, she would choose to help others. Let's not talk nonsense with this brat. Everyone, capture him. The eyes of Heavenly God, Wu Ming, and the others were red. All the sky gods were mobilized, including the other sky venerables. All the forces are trying to snatch Yi Tianyun's treasure. They want to capture Yi Tianyun. They originally wanted to use a soft approach, but who knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't fall for it at all? Now, they could only use a hard approach, facing a bunch of sky gods and sky venerables rushing over. The strongest were basically only at the lower sky god early stage. They didn't send too strong. One's over. It should be said that lower sky gods were enough. As for middle sky gods, there was no need to participate in this kind of thing. It was just to capture, and sky venerable, was there a need to mobilize so many people? Some of the higher-ups couldn't even be bothered, because they were no longer Earth monarchs. Even if they knew the method, it was meaningless. In the end, it was enough as long as they were strong. Everything else was up to them. The opportunity to earn experience is here. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. With a quick wave of his hand, 10 sky venerable spirit treasures suddenly floated to the side. It wasn't over yet. Following that, another 10 sky venerable spirit treasures bloomed in all directions. This time, there were 20 sky venerable spirit treasures, all stacked on the side. All of them were weapons. One person controlling 20 sky venerable spirit treasures meant that he had to kill at most 20 sky venerables. This way, he could obtain so many sky venerable spirit treasures. However, he did have a lot of sky venerable spirit treasures. When he killed many sky venerables, they would all drop piles of sky venerable spirit treasures. Now, he was going to throw everything out and prepare for a great battle to his heart's content. So many sky venerable spirit treasures. After they saw it, they were immediately startled. However, many people shook their heads, feeling that this was quite unwise, because many sky venerable spirit treasures were condensed according to their own attributes or abilities. If they were used carelessly, they wouldn't display their power to the greatest. But was the truth really like this? Chapter 1509. A fool, showing off that he obtained so many Empyrean spirit treasures? Can he control so many Empyrean spirit treasures? Yeah, with so many Empyrean spirit treasures, does he think that he can win? A little bit of bad control. That's a waste. Haha, this is called a fool, all right? There's a guy called Money-Giving Boy, isn't he? In a while, he'll start snatching the Empyrean spirit treasures. Each and everyone felt that Eteonion was a fool. Summoning so many weapons out, did he really think that he could control them? Immediately, batches of Empyreans rushed forward first. Among them, celestial deities controlled the surrounding space, wanting to seal Eteonion here to death and not let him escape. Came at the right time. Eteonion smiled slightly. His figure flashed, the Kuan Pung bloodline and Dragon Phoenix divine bloodline within his body instantly erupted, his speed increasing all at once. Incomparably astonishing speed. Even celestial deities could only see an afterimage. As for Empyrean level, one really could not even see a shadow. Die for me. Eteonion reached his hand out and waved it over. 20 Empyrean spirit treasures flew out. Each one had its own ability, and even displayed different powers at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each Empyrean spirit treasure's power was very astonishing. Under his eruption, one pierced through the Empyreans that rushed over. After these Empyreans were attacked, they directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, directly dying. The horrifying power made them unable to react, and were easily one-shot. In a blink of an eye, 20 lives were harvested. Among them, Empyrean level accounted for roughly 10, while the rest were all divine lords. Even divine lords came to join in the fun. One had to admit that it was really foolish to the max. The moment he made his move, he scared a group of people back, scaring them silly. They thought that these attacks belonged to the feeble kind, who knew that the power was astonishing. Each one erupted with the power that it should have. It was completely the extreme power that belonged to a low-rank Empyrean spirit treasure. How is this possible? He can control so many Empyrean spirit treasures alone. Furthermore, the attributes are all different. Damn it, how in the world does he cultivate? Being able to control 20 Empyrean spirit treasures at the same time, it's a joke, right? Too terrifying. This guy is a monster. The rogue cultivators who were watching from the side were stunned. They had also mocked this genius before, but now it seemed that the gap between them and the genius was really too big. It was just right for them to control their own Empyrean spirit treasures. It would already be considered pretty good if they could control 1 or 2 treasures of others. Now, Eteonion was able to control 20 of them at one go. That was heaven-defying. These idiots. Why don't they use their brains to think about it? How did Junior Brother cultivate to such a level? He did not even need to use his brain to think about how the 10 refinements Earth Monarch came about. For so many years, no one has been able to successfully cultivate to the 10th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. Now, that little Junior Brother has succeeded. Do you really think that it is so easy to cultivate? Do you really think that someone without brains can cultivate successfully? That's right. They're all a bunch of idiots. They even think that Junior Brother is the boy of fortune. What a joke. How is this giving money now? It's more like collecting souls. Empyrean Swordmaster, and the rest stayed by the side and watched. When Eteonion went out, he exhorted them not to interfere. Everything would be done by him. Looking at it now, there was indeed no need for them to interfere. Just Eteonion alone was enough to kill a group of people. The pupils of heavenly deity Wu Ming and the rest constricted. They did not expect that a low-level Empyrean would be so powerful to actually be able to control so many Empyrean spirit treasures. It was truly inconceivable. This kid is very strong. Let's make a move. They rushed over and let the other Empyreans escape from here. Otherwise, the losses would only be greater. Adding them up, a total of 5 Empyreans surrounded him. They were not from the same faction, but now they all gathered together. Basically, they decided to cooperate in an instant. They would capture Tianyun first, then force him to reveal the method. This was all their common goal. Hence, they immediately joined forces. Seeing the 5 Empyrean gods surrounding him, Tianyun smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. The surrounding space was sealed, but there was still a lot of space inside. He could still instantly teleport over. In a flash, he rushed to the side of the other Empyreans. Throwing out 20 Empyrean spirit treasures, he easily insta-killed them. Such a sudden action, everyone did not react. They all did not know how Tianyun came over. Not just that, another 10 Empyrean spirit treasures were thrown out, rapidly harvesting the other Empyreans. As long as the Empyrean spirit treasure was unsheathed, it would definitely be stained with blood. Under this round of harvesting, he earned a large sum of experience and treasures again. In the blink of an eye, the subordinates that they brought over were basically all cleaned up by him, making them become elders without an army. This kid actually killed all my subordinates. Each and every one of them was about to explode. So many of their subordinates were killed, making them hurt until their hearts were bleeding. Capture him, quickly capture him. After forcing out the cultivation method, will torture him to death ruthlessly. Their eyes were all red, the anger in their hearts exploding. They all chose to erupt with their powerful strength, surrounding and attacking Tianyun. 5 Empyrean gods surrounding a lower-level Empyrean. No one would believe it. After all, an Empyrean god could easily kill an Empyrean. Whether it was lower level or upper level, they could all be slapped to death. But the truth was right in front of them. A lower-level Empyrean easily killed all his subordinates under the eyes of so many Empyrean gods. Tianyun often used this kind of method to completely wipe them out. Since they wanted to capture him, then they should all be prepared to stay here. Empyrean Feng Qiu immediately became nervous, but she was unable to help now. 5 Empyrean gods sealed space. Even she was unable to break through it. The disparity was too great. Even if she erupted with her core again, she would not be able to break through this sealed space. If she could break it, she would not be an upper-level Empyrean, but an Empyrean just in time. Tianyun's eyes flashed. He quickly waved his hand, throwing out Empyrean spirit treasures one by one, aiming at Empyrean God Wu Ming. "Explode for me!" He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The Empyrean spirit treasures that rushed over immediately emitted a dazzling light. Before they could even get close to them, they exploded fiercely. Exploding Empyrean spirit treasures. This kid is crazy. They were all going crazy watching from the side. Empyrean spirit treasures had one ultimate use, and that was to explode Empyrean spirit treasures. After detonating, it could completely unleash its power to its greatest, and its power would be several times stronger than usual. But the result was similarly tragic, and that was that this Empyrean spirit treasure was basically scrapped and could not be used anymore. Tianyun blew it up very generously, and it was even a series of explosions. At the beginning, he had already detonated 4 or 5 of them, and it looked like he was going to continue. He was simply rich to the max. Chapter 15:10. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly venerate spiritual treasures were thrown out one after another as if they were free. They were all detonated by Tianyun. In fact, it was free. Tianyun just threw out Heavenly Venerate's spiritual treasures, causing a series of explosions. The explosive power was comparable to the ultimate attack of a middle-level Heavenly Venerate. This was just a low-level Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure. It was already very good that it could erupt with such power. However, this was also the price of erupting with the strongest power, so it was understandable. It was just that this Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure was completely destroyed. It could still be repaired, but the price needed was the same as condensing a new Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure. Of course, each level could only condense one Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure, so it was better to exchange it for an Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure of the same level. The price needed was basically enough to purchase an Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure. This guy is really crazy. This is an Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure, not a Heavenly Tao treasure. He clearly just broke through to the Heavenly Venerate level. How can he have so many Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasures? Did he kill many Heavenly Venerates when he was a Divine Lord? It's very possible. He might have found them in Dragon's sovereign temple. They were all very jealous, but they could only be envious, especially if he really killed so many Heavenly Venerates. How heaven-defying was the initial Divine Lord level. After the consecutive explosions, the 5 sky celestials were immediately blown up, making them feel very uncomfortable. It wasn't that the power could seriously injure them, but after the explosion, it still made them feel very displeased. Under the continuous explosions, Tianyun must have been affected. Maybe he wasn't injured, but he has been resisting the terrifying power, so they can't rush to catch Tianyun. This kid is really crazy. When I catch him, I'll let him know that being born into this world is a mistake. Sky Celestial Wu Ming gritted his teeth. Not only had he embarrassed himself in front of so many people, but he had also rejected him. This humiliation made him wish he could bite Tianyun to pieces and swallow him into his stomach, just as they were about to pass through the explosion and grab Tianyun. A figure suddenly disappeared. They had no idea where he went. The cultivators outside only saw Tianyun's figure disappear. Immediately after, he suddenly appeared beside Heavenly God Wu Ming and swung the Heavenly Venerate numinous treasure in his hand. Furthermore, it was an upper-level Heavenly Venerate numinous treasure longsword. This was the weapon he had obtained from killing an upper Empyrean. These were truly powerful weapons. Lower Empyrean spirit treasures were nothing to them. What was truly effective were upper Empyrean spirit treasures. It was just that with his current strength, he could only unleash a small portion of his power, but it was enough. What he needed was to be able to completely erupt with his current strongest power. Crazy damage mode, activate. Dragon Phoenix Divine Meridian, open. Kunpeng Bloodline, activate. The power of his bloodline was fully unleashed. Facing a Heavenly God powerhouse, he had to use all of his strength, erupt with his strongest move, and achieve a sure-kill effect. As he unleashed all of his strength, the longsword in Tianyun's hand pierced through Heavenly God Wu Ming at the fastest speed possible. Heavenly God Wu Ming didn't even have time to react. The long sword had already pierced through his body and reached his chest. How could this be? Heavenly God Wu Ming's body stiffened. He had never imagined that a lower Heavenly Venerate would rush over and sneak attack him. Normally, they would just wait for death or choose to run away. He had never seen anyone who would choose to initiate an attack. So far, Tianyun was the only one who dared to initiate an attack. How could this be? Go down and reunite with your subordinates. The long sword in Tianyun's hand slashed down rapidly, directly slicing Heavenly God Wu Ming into two. However, Heavenly God Wu Ming didn't die. What greeted him was an even faster sword move that sliced him into countless pieces, including his soul. Heavenly venerates didn't die easily, and heavenly gods didn't die easily either. However, just because they didn't die easily didn't mean that they wouldn't die. The moment heavenly god Wu Ming was hit, he was already doomed to die. Yi Tianyun's speed is not a joke, especially when he uses all of his strength. If he was successfully sneak attacked, it would be a different story. If it wasn't a successful sneak attack or a frontal attack, it would definitely not be so easy. But why didn't he choose to sneak attack? With the Void bloodline, a sneak attack can maximize the effect. Ding successfully killed heavenly god Wu Ming. Reward: 6 million compressed EXP, 25,000 compressed crazy point, 20,000 SBS. Reward: Wu Ming Divine Staff, Upper Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Wu Ming Armor, Middle Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Wu Ming Pearl, Lower Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. And a detailed map of Holy Peak Divine Realm. Ding! Obtained extra reward of leapfrogging kill, 100,000 compressed experience points, 1 lucky draw ticket. Killing a heavenly god gave Yi Tianyan a massive amount of EXP. Yi Tianyan was shocked by the amount of EXP he got from killing a heavenly god. According to this calculation, a heavenly god's basic value is 50,000 compressed EXP, which is really a qualitative leap. If he continues to kill a few more, he will definitely level up easily. But this is because of the sneak attack. It is so easy to earn. He used the explosion of the Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure to separate the 5 heavenly gods, and at the same time, let their attention focus on this side, thinking that he is making a final resistance. Then, when they are not paying attention, he immediately sneak attacked and directly killed a heavenly god. Really poor, still using Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Yi Tianyun frowned. He thought that there will be a Heavenly God Spirit Treasure. Heavenly God Spirit Treasure and Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure have the same meaning. Each stage can condense a Heavenly God Spirit Treasure. But the difficulty is undoubtedly much more difficult than Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Just looking for the materials is crazy. Heavenly God Wu Ming is a veteran heavenly god, but he still does not have a Heavenly God Spirit Treasure. It is enough to see how difficult it is. Continue. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, quickly entered the void, and continued to sneak attack the other heavenly gods. While there is still time, he will definitely kill as many as he can. That is how many. Once he is discovered, it will be difficult for him to sneak attack. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared behind one of the heavenly gods, sneak attacking his opponent from behind. But this heavenly god's reaction speed is very fast, and he smashed his hand hard, sending Yi Tianyan flying. The hand that was tightly holding the long sword between his thumb and index finger went numb, and a crack appeared, almost breaking his hand. So strong. Chapter 15:11. I didn't expect a sneak attack from behind. Long Yu's eyes were full of surprise. She really didn't expect Yi Tianyan to sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, he had always chosen to be vigilant of his surroundings. Even if the enemy was standing in front of him, he would put his spiritual consciousness behind him to sense behind him. This was definitely not as efficient as always keeping an eye on the front, but expanding the safe range would make him safer. This was the best proof of this. He could counterattack in time. When he counterattacked with his fastest speed, he was able to keep up with Yi Tianyun's speed, and he was able to send him flying. This powerful force really showed Yi Tianyan what a sky god was. It seems that my luck is a little bad. I didn't expect this guy to be so vigilant. He had observed the 5 sky gods. Sky god Wu Ming wasn't the strongest, but he wasn't the weakest either. However, he didn't like sky god Wu Ming, so he attacked him first. Fortunately, sky god Wu Ming was stupid and easily dealt with him. Long Yu's overall strength was the weakest, but unexpectedly, she was the most vigilant. This meant that the sneak attack had failed. At the same time, the explosions around them disappeared. Tianyun had detonated at least a dozen celestial venerate spiritual treasures. It was about time to stop. Although he had many celestial venerate spiritual treasures, he couldn't waste them. Now that the sneak attack had failed, it meant that he had to be vigilant. As expected, Long Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to the other 3 sky gods, telling them to be vigilant. If the sneak attack had been successful, Tianyun could have continued. Unfortunately, it had failed. Whereas sky god Wu Ming, after the explosion stopped, everyone found that sky god Wu Ming had disappeared. However, when they looked carefully, they found that there was a mist of blood in the void. Without a doubt, sky god Wu Ming had been killed. Oh my God, a sky god is dead. That's right, and he was killed by a lower celestial venerate. I don't even know what happened before he died. This is too scary. Even if he is a 10 refined Earth Lord, he shouldn't be that heaven-defying, right? This should be a successful sneak attack. However, even if it was a sneak attack, at least he really killed a sky god. Sky gods were very strong and difficult to kill, but they had been killed by a lower celestial venerate. This was enough to shock all the divine realms. Whether it was a sneak attack or a frontal attack, as long as one could kill a sky god, it was an amazing thing. This is strange. He probably has a void bloodline and can enter the void and attack. And then, the previous explosion was just a cover to make it difficult for us to find him. After calming down, they immediately knew what was going on. All of the heavenly deities became serious. Empyrean god Wu Ming had died. If they weren't careful, they would be the ones to die. Brat, it seems like if you don't act tough, you won't even know how much you're worth. Even a 10 refinement Earth monarch would have to kneel before us. The auras of the 4 heavenly deities surged once more. They actually displayed their own strength, summoning their 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. As for the heavenly god spirit treasure, Tianyun didn't know if he had it, but he knew that Tianyun had summoned 3 heavenly god spirit treasures. Everyone gulped when they saw this. It seemed that for the sake of this cultivation method, these old farts were willing to throw away their pride. Anyway, they just had to catch Tianyun. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. As long as they could win, they would be the king, especially the way to greatly enhance their own power. Even if they don't care about face, they have to capture Tianyun. This time everyone thinks that Tianyun is finished. The previous sneak attack is still okay, but now if he attacks head-on, what can he do? If he could kill a celestial god like that, then there was really nothing to say. He was simply a monster among monsters. Will little junior brother fight them? Of course. Little junior brother is so strong. He will fight them no matter what. Even heavenly god Wu Ming was killed, let alone the other heavenly gods. Let's continue our sneak attack and kill another heavenly god. Little junior brother is too powerful. A lower-level sky venerate can kill a sky god. If he continues to break through, won't he be able to easily kill a sky god? They all thought that Tianyun would continue to attack. They had confidence in him and felt that he would fight. When Tianyun saw them besieging him, he ran away. He didn't fight them. He just ran away. Sweeping his gaze across the sealed space, Zhang Xian swiftly found the weakest point of it before disappearing from the spot. Easily escaping from the sealed space, he came to Feng Qiuzun's side and dragged her, running into the dragon-revered palace. "What are you waiting for? Run in," Tianyun shouted. Feng Qiu was stunned, but she had already been dragged in. Was there a need for her to run? They quickly ran into the dragon's sovereign shrine and closed the door. At the same time, Tianyun said, A bunch of old farts. Shameless. For against one junior. Shameless. Longing Moon and the others almost vomited blood. Tianyun escaped just like that. Not only did he run, he was scolded. Previously, Sky God Wu Ming was killed. If they fought one-on-one, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? Sword Judge and the others were stunned. They all thought that Tianyun would fight them head-on. But now it seemed that they had thought too much. Tianyun knew when to stop. How could he continue fighting? These were 4 sky gods, not 4 sky venerables. They would definitely run. They would run if they could. They wouldn't force their way in. This bastard kid, he actually hid inside. Let's break this dragon sovereign shrine. Longing Moon and the others were about to explode. Since they were called shameless, then they would be more thorough. They couldn't just give up. Even if the news spread to the entire god realm that they were shameless, they had to take down Tianyun. They immediately started to attack the dragon's sovereign shrine. After a series of attacks, they found that the door was hard to break. It was simply unbreakable. It seemed that it would take a long time before they could successfully break this door. This defense is too strong. We can only invite people to break this divine seal. The sky gods looked at each other. They immediately came to a consensus. This way, it would be faster. At the same time, they sealed off the surrounding area to prevent Tianyun and the others from using other teleportation formations to escape. In an instant, they completely sealed off the area. At the same time, they started to contact others to break the divine seal. The other cultivators had been watching, and they were stunned by the situation in front of them. These forces seemed to have gone mad, but most of them were still thinking about what Tianyun had said. Was Feng Qiu really a witch? Chapter 15:12. Tianyun and Feng Qiuzun hid in the revered dragon temple, looking at the situation outside. It seems that they won't be able to come in for a while, but at that time, this door will probably be broken. When Tianyun saw that the attacks outside had stopped, he knew that they were going to find a divine engraving master to break the divine seal here. It's fine, as long as you're fine. Feng Qiuzun stood at the side. She thought for a moment and said, Empyrean Sky Cloud, thank you for speaking up for me just now. Everyone else thinks that I'm a witch. Only you don't think so. Thinking of the scene just now, she felt a pain in her heart. In the blink of an eye, her reputation had gone bad. Her previous actions were like feeding dogs. I've seen your condition with my own eyes. They just say it. Who knows the details? Tianyun looked at her and asked, Do you have any information about your parents in this regard? No, I don't have any impression at all. I only know a little bit from gathering a little information, but I don't know most of it. Feng Qiuzun shook her head. That's it. It's all just words. There's no evidence. Moreover, it was against their will. The top divine domains all want to create a god emperor. It's not surprising that they would do such a crazy thing. If it's really like this, it's definitely not your parents who are the masterminds. They're just subordinates. Don't feel guilty in your heart. Perhaps your parents are not only supporters of the battle of the divine domains, but also opponents of the battle of the god emperors. Tianyun said with a smile. Opponents? Feng Qiuzun frowned, not understanding. It's the forces that resist the battle of the god emperors. When they lose, they will naturally start to slander the other forces, turning white into black. This kind of people are not rare. Maybe your parents are the victims. Tianyun thought for a moment before saying, Do you have any impression of how you were born? I don't have any impression. When I woke up, I was already in a secret room. Other than my childhood memories, most of my memories are unclear. Venerable Feng Qiu shook her head. Her impression was not deep. Otherwise, she would not have remembered the wrong way, or even did not know the true situation of her parents. From the looks of it, you might have been sealed. Your true age is probably not 1,000 years, but 10,000 years. As for the purpose of sealing you up, I dare to make a bold guess. It's very likely that they don't want you to be found, or they want you to escape from some danger. It's more or less to make you not belong to that era, to make everyone think that you belong to this era. But now, it seemed that there were still people who knew. It seemed that there were still quite a number of those old farts who were still alive. Judging you a little, or from your appearance, I can deduce a lot of things. E.T. Onion could deduce many things, but there were still some loopholes. The ancient experts were definitely still alive, and from Feng Qiuzun's appearance, they might be able to guess something. That's possible. Feng Qiuzun was silent, thinking about it carefully. It was more and more possible. How about this? You join my force. I will help you find out the truth. How about it? E.T. Onion did not forget to rope her in. Previously, you had your misgivings. That's why you didn't join other forces, and like to do good alone. I don't have any misgivings now. You are also very free. You can go wherever you want. I will not stop you. How about it? Feng Qiuzun met E.T.'s needs in all aspects, and now he understood her situation. E.T. Onion did not care about this at all. Even if her parents were demons, he would still rope them in. There was no relationship between the two. Her parents were demons, but she was not. That was enough. Feng Qiuzun was silent. This time she did not reject him immediately. After all, E.T.'s words had immediately captured her inner needs. First, he wanted to help her find the truth. All along, she had been wandering around, and one of the reasons was to find news of her parents, who knew that the more she heard, the more shocked she became, and she really thought that her parents were demons and started to make up for her mistakes. Furthermore, E.T. Onion helped her so much and even spoke up for her. She was very touched. I am willing to join your force, but if I join your force now, it will definitely affect me greatly. I will even think that the cultivation method of the 10 refinements, Earth Monarch, is in your force. Feng Qiuzun voiced out her concerns. You are right on this point. I did not say that I would announce it immediately. After a period of time, I will announce it. E.T. Onion said with a faint smile. After a period of time, how long will that be? Feng Qiuzun asked casually. When I can truly protect my own people. E.T. Onion explained with a smile. When you protect your own people. Feng Qiuzun's gaze froze, and she immediately understood what he meant. Looks like Empyrean Sky Cloud's awareness is still higher than mine. Haha, it's all right, E.T. Onion said with a smile. It's about time. Then let's go back to my force for a while. There's no point in staying here. A group of people will definitely not let you stay here peacefully. If we leave, they will naturally not continue to destroy your uncle's ruins. There are so many heavenly gods. Can we escape? Feng Qiuzun was a little worried. No problem. Just follow me. E.T. Onion brought her to the teleportation formation inside and teleported out. They had just teleported out and were immediately discovered by the cultivators that had set up here. We found them. We found them. These cultivators quickly crushed their communication jade pendants and informed their companions to surround them. E.T. Onion smiled and flew forward with Feng Qiuzun. After flying for a period of time, they attracted many cultivators. Relax. I will let you enter the inner world later. E.T. Onion signaled Feng Qiuzun not to struggle. Feng Qiuzun nodded and did not struggle. Then, with a wave of E.T. Onion's hand, she entered the inner world. Following that, his speed exploded, and he disappeared from everyone's line of sight at an astonishing speed. With a quick turn, he entered a barren planet. Then, he immediately used the teleportation divine stone and disappeared from the planet. They're hiding in this planet. Quickly surround them. Wait for the elders to come. They quickly surrounded the place, and blocked it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through, not letting Eteonyun and the rest escape. Little did they know, Eteonyun had already disappeared here. How could they catch him? Chapter 15:13. This is my force. You can look around as you please. When Eteonyun brought Fengqiu to his own god domain of the three realms, he let her feel as she pleased. So, this is your power. Fengqiu swept her gaze across, and found that this place was quite miserable. That's right, it could be described as miserable. The average cultivation was too weak. She did not think that Eteonyun's force would be so weak. This made her feel that it was inconceivable. She had thought that it would be very strong, or at least at the level of a normal fourth-grade god domain. But when she looked over, it was simply a tragic sight. Their cultivation was extremely weak. The strongest was only at the level of the Lord of Heaven. In this fourth-grade god domain, they were not even worthy of being at the bottom. They could casually send a few divine monarchs over and easily crush them. Of course, there were still divine monarchs, but their numbers were pitifully small. Most of them were at the level of the Lord of Heaven and Earth monarch, and there were many with low cultivation. This made her dumbfounded. If it was anyone else that was roped in, when they saw this force, wouldn't they run away? With such weak cultivation, what could they do here? But she was only dumbfounded. She did not despise it. She just felt that it was inconceivable. At the same time, she knew what Eteonyun meant by protecting his own people. The forces here were so weak, how could they not need protection? To be able to survive in a fourth-grade god domain, it is truly a miracle. Fengqiu said in shock. Yes, it is also a chance given to us by the heavens, Eteonyun said with a smile. There is a barrier outside that can stop experts from invading. That is why we have been able to survive here. If it wasn't for the fact that we would have been destroyed long ago. I remember now, there has always been news that there is a very strange god domain here, and no matter how we attack, we cannot enter. Looks like it is your force. Fengqiu finally remembered what was going on. So it was this god domain. It was truly strange. That's right, it's my force. Don't you feel like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Eteonyun smiled. Fengqiu shook her head and said with a smile, No, I just feel that with your strength, you can easily go to a top fourth-grade force and can even go to a fifth-grade force to be an elder, but you are willing to stay here. It is really inconceivable. I'm the domain lord of this place. How can I leave so easily? Most importantly, my family is here and my friends are here. No matter how good the conditions are, I won't abandon this place. Eteonyun looked at her and smiled faintly. After all, this is my home. Fengqiu was shocked, so it was like this. Home. Fengqiu's eyes were filled with envy. It seems that joining your force is definitely the right choice, and a very right choice. Is that so? Then welcome to my home. Eteonyun made an inviting gesture, indicating for her to follow and tour everything. Then Eteonyun brought Fengqiu around, and after Fengqiu observed, she was completely stunned. It was undeniable that the cultivation here was generally poor, but it was extremely harmonious. It was a scene she had never seen before. There were all kinds of scheming and plotting in other places, but there was none here. Everyone lived in harmony. Most of them had a clear division of labor. All of them were extremely passionate, without any sense of despair or injustice. This was what truly shocked her. It was far beyond her imagination. This made her more and more certain that she was right to join. Eteonyun introduced Fengqiu to Shishuiyun and the rest, and asked them to make arrangements. Fengqiu definitely had something to do since she joined here. As long as she joined, no matter what level of cultivation she had to do things. She definitely could not be an idle person. After the arrangements were made, Eteonyun returned to Dragon's sovereign shrine and informed his senior brothers that he had already left with Fengqiu and told them to return. Sword Judge Heavenly Venerable, and the rest already knew that Eteonyon definitely had a way to escape, and seeing that he was fine, they all left. They had gained quite a lot this time, and definitely had to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Before returning, Eteonyon even went to take a stroll, because his face had changed back to before. They did not notice. As expected, after walking one round, they found that the barren planet had been completely leveled. A group of cultivators searched around frantically, including the 4 heavenly gods. They also searched crazily, turning the entire place upside down. Yet they could not find a single person, making them all go crazy. What's going on? Where are they? Tell me where they are. You bastards, you're telling me they hid inside? Where are they now? Where are they? We've been watching them hide inside. Really many people saw. Then let me ask you, where are they now? Where are they? We don't know. All of them were stunned. They thought they could claim credit, but now they were all going crazy. They watched helplessly as they went in, only to see them disappear. How could they not be driven mad? What the hell is going on? Could it be that they had long set up a teleportation formation to escape on this planet? But we didn't find any teleportation formation on this planet, nor did we see any signs of damage. The 4 heavenly gods were really going crazy. They didn't see anything. They just disappeared into thin air. There's only one possibility. They used some special treasure to easily escape. It's still very normal for this group of idiots to be unable to detect something. They could only think so now. If they couldn't find them like this, where would they put their old faces? They had thrown away all their old faces. But now they were telling them that they couldn't find them. They really lost face for nothing. When the news spread, the few of them would really go crazy. After spending so much money, all they got was for nothing. How could they not go crazy? Right now, the most important thing is to find them, especially Feng Qiuzun. Finding her is equivalent to finding her friends. There's no difference between the two. They immediately decided on what to do, and immediately took action. Eteonyon watched from the side. Others thought that he was a rogue cultivator, and could not be bothered with him. Disguise, what a good thing, Eteonyon laughed. He used his special ability to easily hide himself. It was rather useful. If he used his previous appearance, he would definitely be chased half to death. The most important thing was that he could deceive the heavenly gods. If he couldn't, then it would be useless. Chapter 15:14. After returning to the 3 realms god realm, Eteonyon went straight to the seclusion area and prepared to condense an Empyrean spirit treasure. It was very important to condense an Empyrean spirit treasure himself. After all, only then would it truly meet his needs. Although he had many upper-level Empyrean spirit treasures that he could easily use, they were ultimately other people's treasures and not his own. Hence, it was very important to condense an Empyrean spirit treasure himself. He had to condense it no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a waste. When he arrived at the seclusion area, Eteonyon thought about what kind of Empyrean spirit treasure he should condense. Would it be defensive or offensive? These were the only 2 choices he could make, and the rest were not choices. If it's defense, there's no point in just defending. Using offense as defense, the weapon is the key. Eteonyon immediately decided on what kind of Empyrean spirit treasure he should condense. However, there was another branch. What kind of weapon should he choose? A long sword? A spear? A giant sword? A giant axe? There were many weapons to choose from. He just didn't know which one to choose. After thinking about it, Eteonyon finally decided on a long spear. He had always liked using a long spear. The main reason was that it had a long range. He could advance and retreat as he pleased, and his attack range was sharp. After considering all aspects, he finally decided on a long spear. The main reason was that he was used to using it in the past. Naturally, he would condense a long spear now. Looks like I still have to condense a long spear. After thinking about it, this is the most suitable for me. Tianyan shook his head. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He would just use what he usually used. Then, he began to move the corresponding materials to see if there were any suitable materials for condensing a long spear. After a quick glance, there was no doubt that all the ancient materials were included in the scope. Illusory sand, illusory gold, these are all very suitable. Tianyan's eyes lit up. He took out all the materials and piled them to the side. Just a little bit more. If I can integrate some spirit herbs such as poison or something that can seal the energy, Tianyan rummaged around, but still couldn't find any spirit herbs that suited him. Suddenly, he thought of the pile of withered elixirs that he had put away earlier. Perhaps there was something he needed among them. Immediately after, he quickly went to search that piece of land and immediately discovered that there were indeed the spiritual medicines that he needed, and many of them were even more comprehensive. That's about it. I just need to activate it, and it'll be fine. Tianyan squinted his eyes and immediately summoned Tsue. Master, you're finally willing to summon me out. Chui pouted. All along, Tianyan had not come to find her, which made her feel very sad. Tianyan smiled sheepishly. It had indeed been a long time since he had summoned her. The main thing was that he had never used her, so he could only put her aside for now. Don't worry. From now on, I'll let you take care of all the elixirs here and play with the others. What do you think? Tianyan felt that he could let her manage the elixir fields here. It could even be said that the entire Three Realms God Realms medicinal fields were managed by her. That's great. Chui's eyes lit up. However, she happened to see some high-level elixirs in the elixir fields, which made her pout. These elixirs are too high-level. I can't take care of them. Originally, she thought that she could come out and show off her skills. Now, it seemed that there was no way to take care of them. This is the reason why I called you out. I will try to make you stronger quickly and rise several levels at once. Of course, I'm just saying that it's possible. Whether you can achieve it or not, it's all up to you, Tianyan said with a smile. Become stronger quickly? Great. Chui wants to become stronger quickly. Chui was very excited. If she could become stronger, she could help Tianyan. No problem. Let's try it now. Tianyan took out an Empyrean spiritual treasure and looked at Chui. First, you have to integrate with this Empyrean spiritual treasure. I think you will improve. Integrate with an Empyrean spiritual treasure. Chui looked at the Empyrean spiritual treasure and widened her eyes. This Chui can integrate. This is so much higher than Chui. Don't worry, I will help you. Tianyan naturally knew that Chui couldn't absorb it. It should be said that other artifact spirits couldn't do it. Devouring other treasures to strengthen oneself was something that couldn't be done unless it was a special kind of treasure. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. He had the fusion system. The fusion system could actually fuse treasures. Then, with Chui as the main treasure, the Empyrean spiritual treasure would become a supporting role to strengthen her. This was the reason why he put away this piece of land previously. He could rely on Chui to activate it. The level of ability was definitely insufficient, but it could be improved through strengthening. As long as the level increased, the effect would definitely be improved. As he hadn't tried it before, he really didn't know if Chui could maintain this state. However, according to the main and secondary division, it shouldn't be a problem. Then, he threw Chui's main body into the fusion system, and then threw in the Empyrean spiritual treasure. Fuse. Under Yi Tianyun's watchful eyes, the system began to fuse. With Cui Cui's main body as the main body, the Empyrean spiritual treasure quickly melted into a mass of energy and flowed into Cui Cui's body. After a while, Cui Cui's body emitted a dazzling light. The quality had greatly improved, but it still hadn't been upgraded to an Empyrean level treasure. The main thing was that if it was fused in, there would be quite a bit of loss. It was already pretty good to be able to improve a bit. Do you have any special feeling? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, I feel that I've improved a lot. If this continues, there will definitely be a qualitative leap. Cui Cui said in surprise, Master, you're really amazing. You can even have this kind of ability. I've never heard of it before. Then continue to try and let you improve. Yi Tianyun immediately continued to throw in Empyrean spiritual treasures. This time, he really didn't care about money. First, he threw in lower Empyrean spiritual treasures. After throwing in a few more, he upgraded it in one go. Very soon, Cui Cui was upgraded to a lower Empyrean level treasure. However, Yi Tianyun didn't stop and continued to throw in fiercely. He had quite a lot of Empyrean spiritual treasures now. He was definitely very generous in throwing them down. Anyway, there was no use in taking them out. Even if he threw them into the Empyrean spiritual treasure that he condensed, he had to refine it first. Moreover, Cui Cui was the manager of the medicinal field in the future. If he didn't upgrade it, how could he manage it well? Hence, he had to throw in a fierce smashing to upgrade Cui Cui. After a fierce smashing, he finally upgraded Cui Cui to an upper Empyrean level treasure. Nobody would believe that a high-grade, heavenly Tao-level treasure could be upgraded to an upper Empyrean level treasure after being smashed by him. Chapter 15:15. After Cui Cui was upgraded to an upper heavenly venerable level treasure, her strength was equivalent to that of an upper heavenly venerable. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyun would smash them. This was tantamount to having a powerful upper heavenly venerable in the God realm of the three realms. As for upper heavenly venerable level treasures, most did not have artifact spirits. The main thing was that the things that dropped had no artifact spirit at all. Unless it was snatching other people's treasures, there would be some artifact spirits inside. It was just that each was more stubborn than the last. It was very difficult to subdue them for one's own use. Thus, if one could not easily subdue them, they would all be melted back into the furnace and fused in. I feel full of power now. Activating them is not a problem at all. Cui Cui was extremely excited. She did not expect to rise by so many levels in one go. This was completely unimaginable in the past. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to raise the grade of an item, especially to cross levels. For example, it was more difficult to raise the heavenly venerable level from low grade to high grade, but it was not impossible. As for high-grade, heavenly venerable level treasures, it was extremely difficult to raise them to the heavenly venerable level. It was basically judged to be impossible, but that was under most circumstances. There were still a few that could be raised. Yi Tianyun's side was much more relaxed. As long as he had a corresponding treasure, he could smash it, but most people would think of him as a fool. How could he not be called a fool if he smashed a high-grade treasure to a low-grade one? But to Yi Tianyun, the most important thing was its usefulness. There were not many treasures with special abilities like Cui Cui. The boundless heavenly god could be considered to be a very unique treasure that was extremely suitable for him to use, especially now that he could be a high-level manager of the medicine field. It would save him a lot of trouble. Then activate these spirit herbs for me. I need to use them later. Yi Tianyun gestured for her to help activate the withered spirit herbs. "No problem, leave it to me." Tsue patted her chest and waved her hand. The spirit herbs floated over. With a light wave, the withered spirit herbs were quickly activated. It was not difficult at all. The spirit herbs were not low grade, but Tsue's grade was even higher. Thus, it was not difficult to activate. It was relatively easy. "Master, I'm done." Tsue looked at him with a praising expression. It's really not bad. Your performance is very good. Keep it up." Itianyun smiled and said, "I'll leave this patch of spiritual herbs to you. Once you're done, I'll give you a task. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Tsue then immediately went to activate the withered herbs. Itianyun picked up the activated herbs and sat down to meditate. Now that all the materials were prepared, all that was left was to condense an Empyrean spirit treasure. Blood seal grass, poison cage grass, fantasy gold, fantasy sand. These materials were all of a high grade. He then threw them into his inner world in a pile. After throwing them in, he began to circulate his heavenly venerate power to dissolve these materials. Then, he quickly condensed them into the corresponding weapon according to his imagination. The entire process didn't require any flames, nor did it require special attention. All he had to do was toss them in, and then fuse them with the power of an Empyrean. It was very simple. What was needed was not any technique, but materials. The more precious and abundant the materials were, the more powerful it would be. To put it bluntly, it was just competing in wealth. A very simple and crude method, letting every Empyrean have an Empyrean spirit treasure. Of course, the most basic materials were all expensive. No matter how trashy an Empyrean spirit treasure was, it was still a spirit treasure. The price was not low. After Itianyun was done preparing, he waited to condense the weapon he wanted. Although he did not need to watch all the time, he had nothing to do. He just watched here. The condensing time would not be too long. Generally, he could successfully condense it in a month or so. Hence, that was why he kept waiting. If it needed several decades, then there was nothing to say. He definitely would not wait here foolishly. At the same time, he watched by the side. Tsue had been activating the spirit herbs all along, reviving this medicinal field in front bit by bit. After these spirit herbs regained their vitality, they looked much more beautiful. Thick spiritual energy drifted over, making him feel very comfortable. This did not take much time and was all done activating. This made Itianyun feel very satisfied. "Master, quickly look, I'm already activated. Am I awesome?" Tsue ran over to ask for credit again, a smug look on her face. "Of course it's awesome. Very awesome." Itianyun reached out his hand and rubbed her little head. He walked over with a smile and said, "In the future, you will be the 3 Realms Divine, Realms Medicinal Field Manager. All the spirit herbs are under your management. After managing the medicinal field, you can go wherever you want to play. I won't restrict you." "Great." Tsue hugged him happily. She finally did not need to hold it in. She could wander around here freely. How could she not be happy? Immediately, Itianyun brought her to Shi Shuiyun's side and told Shi Shuiyun about the general matters. In the future, the medicinal field would be handed over to her to manage, although it was all managed by Tsue. Overall, Shi Shuiyun and the others' orders were still the main ones. It was impossible to let her do everything, right? It seems that the key talents of the 3 Realms Divine realm will still be found by you. Shi Shuiyun was very happy after learning about Tsue's abilities. Not only could Tsue activate spirit herbs, but she could also strengthen them. Naturally, she was very suitable to manage the medicinal field. It could be said that no one was more suitable than her to manage the medicinal field. That's true, but the key foundation will still be up to you. Eteonyon smiled. He paused for a moment and said with a smile, "It just so happens that the celestial venerate spiritual treasure that I condensed has now taken shape." The many materials in his body finally condensed into the shape of a long spear. Finally, they completely solidified, forming a simple and unadorned weapon that looked very ordinary. He reached out, and the spear landed in his hand. It looked very ordinary, with a faint layer of black on its surface. It seemed to be mixed with many things. He grabbed the spear and swung it forward, pouring all his strength into the spear. Then, the spear instantly burst forth with a terrifying power. The originally colorless spear instantly became colorful, just like a dream. At the same time, a wave of blood chi surged out, giving off a feeling that it could kill upon contact with blood. There was also a kind of magical gold power that could completely tear apart everything. Chapter 15:16. Not bad. Eteonyon felt the Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Although it is a lower Empyrean spirit treasure, he feels that the effect is definitely not inferior to a middle Empyrean spirit treasure. It is even close to an upper Empyrean spirit treasure. He has thrown in a lot of precious materials, so it can't be too bad. It is natural that it can have a strong effect. As for the real power, he will know the effect in the real battle. Ding successfully created Empyrean spirit treasure. Get extra 1,000 proficiency points. At the same time, have special divine skill 5 Dragon Roar. Consume 1,000 compressed crazy point to cast once. Increase damage by 20%. Effect is 20 times damage. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. There is a special divine skill. Eteonyon's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the condensed Empyrean spirit treasure has an additional divine skill attached to it. Just by casting this skill, it has explosive power. It can increase damage by 20 times. Although 20 times the damage was a little low compared to his previous skills and bloodlines, which increased his damage by several hundred times, it was still a far cry. In fact, most of the data is quickly compressed. For example, the previous Dragon and Phoenix Divine Vein can increase strength and speed by 100 times, but now more than half of it is cut off at once. This is not only the case for Dragon and Phoenix Divine Vein, but also the Kuan Peng bloodline. The main reason is that it is impossible to increase the damage by hundreds of times. It is too heaven-defying. But the basic value is high. Even if it is increased by more than 10 times, it is still heaven-defying. Therefore, a skill that can increase damage by 20 times is already a divine skill. This makes him very satisfied. It seems that the power that can burst out in the future will be even more amazing. Under the Empyrean level, stacking 20 times damage is enough to make people crazy. If there is a crazy damage mode, it is even more needless to say. However, Empyrean spirit treasure can't be engraved with divine seal, otherwise it can have a stronger effect. The problem with Empyrean spirit treasure is here. If it is made by Divine Forge Master, those Empyrean spirit treasures can be engraved with divine seal. Is this Master's celestial spirit treasure? It looks pretty good. Can I eat it now? Chui's eyes lit up. She wanted Eteonyon to fuse with it, for her. Eteonyon reached out and patted her head. He laughed and scolded. You want to eat everything. At your current level, even if you eat it, it won't have any effect. Chui rubbed her little head and stuck out her tongue. Teonyon, is this your celestial spiritual treasure? It looks pretty good. I just don't know when I'll be able to reach this level. Shueyun smiled. Her current cultivation level was only at the level of the Lord of Heaven. She was still far from reaching the celestial Lord level. Don't worry, it will be done soon, Eteonyon said with a smile. After a while, I will increase the overall strength of the three divine realms by a large margin. He could now transfer his experience to others and forcibly increase their cultivation level. However, the experience required was very high. If he wanted to increase the strength of a large number of powerhouses, he had to obtain more experience. He wanted to create a large number of celestial lords. No problem. He only needed an extremely explosive amount of experience to create a large number of celestial lords. He could do something that other forces would not dare to imagine. However, he did not have much experience now. He would not have enough experience to promote himself to the celestial lord level, let alone promote others to the celestial lord level. Moreover, he needed to increase his cultivation level quickly. When he became stronger to a certain extent, he would pour in the experience points. Not to mention breaking through to the celestial lord level, it would be very good if a large number of people could break through to the divine lord level. At least in terms of overall strength, it would increase by a large margin. This was equivalent to cheating, but he did not mind cheating at all. If not, how could the three divine realms rise in such a short time? Once the protective shield outside was opened, it would usher in the flames of war. Don't force yourself too much. Shi Xueyin lay gently in his arms. I'm not forcing myself. This is not a big problem. Yi Tianyun felt warm in his heart. He reached out and patted her back, indicating that she should not worry too much. Well, Shi Xueyin thought of something and asked, by the way, you haven't named your weapon yet. Name it. Yi Tianyun was stunned. He had almost forgotten about this. He immediately thought about it and said, but I am not very good at naming. Can you think of one for me? Shi Xueyin looked at the long spear in his hand. After thinking for a while, her eyes lit up and she said, how about Divine Five Dragon Spear? I felt 5 streams of dragon energy burst out from the spear just now. That's how I named it. Divine Five Dragon Spear? Good. It's simple and violent. Let's do it. Yi Tianyun also thought that the name was good. After cuddling for a while, Yi Tianyun had to leave again. He had told her everything that needed to be told and arranged everything that needed to be arranged. Feng Qiutian would hide here for a while. If she went out, she would definitely be caught immediately. Those divine realms were not to be trifled with. Since they could put down their pride to catch them, they would not be an exception next time. The 5th grade divine realms might not interfere, but the 4th grade divine realms would definitely rush over. Therefore, Feng Qiutian would stay here for a while and wait for the outside to calm down a little before going out. However, Feng Qiutian was no longer wandering around like before. If she was exposed, the news would definitely spread throughout the entire divine realm. When she did good deeds, there would definitely be people pointing fingers at her. She might as well stay here and wait for the opportunity to find out the truth. Yi Tianyun had said before that he would find out the truth about her. Of course, now was not the right time. He still had many things to do, such as going to the Trial of Light and Trial of Darkness. Previously, he could not enter because of his insufficient cultivation. Now, there should be no problem, right? Soon, he arrived at the main hall. In front of him was still the same 2 passageways. Now that he felt the terrifying aura again, he found that there was still some pressure. Obviously, this trial was still very strong. Let's start with the Trial of Light first. I have a 7th grade light core, so I should be able to pass. Yi Tianyun finally chose the Trial of Light area. As for the Trial of Darkness, he had plundered many dark cores of the evil spirit race, but they were all thrown in. At most, they were 3rd or 4th grade cores, which were obviously inferior to the light core. Therefore, he decided to go to the Trial of Light first. If he could not even pass the trial of light, then there was no need to talk about the trial of darkness. This time, I should be able to pass after reaching the celestial venerable level. When I control the celestial realm, my self-defense ability will be stronger. Tianyun's eyes were firm. He must completely control the three realms. Chapter 15-17. After getting ready, Tianyun headed straight for the light trial. When he stepped into the light trial passage, he immediately felt a ray of sunlight wrapping around him. He looked up and saw that the surrounding walls were made of light spirit stones. Such extravagance could only be found here. Light spirit stones could generally be used to create Empyrean spirit treasures, but here they were used to create a passage corridor. This was very extravagant. Forget about extravagance. This could simply be described as a wastrel. After all, there didn't seem to be any use for this corridor. It just looked more beautiful. This is really extravagant. Only here would someone spend so much money to create something like this. Tianyun shook his head, but he didn't relax at all. When he entered this place, the light trial had already begun. Naturally, every step was dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could die here. However, he didn't see any special array formations or dangers along the way. It was just a long passage that led to an unknown area in front of him. Is there no danger here? Tianyun continued walking forward, but he didn't relax his vigilance. If he treated this place as a stroll, he would die miserably. After walking for a short while, he arrived at the central area of the passage. Suddenly, the surrounding walls emitted a dazzling light that turned into countless light swords that pierced towards him. These light swords condensed the energy of all the light spirit stones. They pierced towards him, wanting to nail him to death here. In an instant, all the light spirit stones lit up, including the light spirit stones that had just entered. At this time, Tianyun immediately felt the danger of death surging towards him from all directions. This was just the beginning, but these light swords that pierced through him were already as strong as a late-stage Empyrean-level attack. Tianyun stomped his feet and erupted with all the power of his bloodline, rushing forward. At the same time, he brandished the 5-dragon divine spear in front of him, combining it with the 5 element cores in his body to maximize its effect. 5 energy dragons whizzed out of the long spear and circled around his body, constantly destroying the light swords that pierced him. The 5 energy dragons were like a thick shield that constantly revolved around him. Not only could these 5 energy dragons attack, but they could also defend. The effect was shocking, but correspondingly, the consumption was also extremely shocking. In just a short while, the consumption skyrocketed. We've just entered, and we already have to face the fierce attacks of a late-stage Upper Empyrean. This is really terrible. Tianyun instantly felt the pressure multiply. He had only just entered, yet he had to unleash his full power in order to withstand the pressure. Even his crazy damage mode was unleashed. He was facing the fierce attack of a late-stage Upper Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, it was a large-scale, full-range attack. If he didn't go all out, he would definitely be beaten into a sieve. As for the light core, it was useless here. How could it be of any use against these ferocious attacks? If one was not careful, they would be turned into a sieve. No wonder it felt so dangerous. Without an Upper Empyrean, who would dare to casually enter this place? Tianyun complained incessantly. Fortunately, he had advanced to the Heavenly Lord level. Otherwise, he would have definitely died here. If an ordinary powerhouse were to enter, they would definitely need to be at the level of an Upper Empyrean. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through here. As he charged forward, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Why was this attack style a little similar to the Dragon Sovereign Shrines? Could it be that the Dragon Sovereign Shrine's divine seal was inscribed by the previous owner of this place? Tianyun felt that it was a little similar, but this place was a little more tyrannical. The concentrated light swords were really killing him. After charging forward, Tianyun finally rushed out of this passage. What came into view was a wall of light. It was also made of light spirit stones. The power of the light attribute shrouded him and locked him within. Tianyun didn't have time to react. He was already trapped inside. While he was trapped inside, he immediately felt the surrounding temperature start to rise at an alarming rate. What's going on? Tianyun couldn't handle it. He was trapped by it. He reached out and slapped the side. With a bang. It was as if he had slapped a transparent wall. With a sweep of the appraisal he immediately saw the effect. Wall of light has an extremely strong defense, can trap the enemy inside while continuously raising the temperature inside, completely vaporizing the enemy. Now, the temperature was rising rapidly. It felt as if all the light in the celestial domain was gathered here and on his body. How could the temperature not rise? This was practically burning him to a crisp or even vaporizing him. At that time, there would really be nothing left of him. Only air. This is too ruthless. Every move is fatal. Tianyun didn't hesitate. He wanted to teleport out. His figure flashed, and he passed through the wall of light. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, light walls rapidly descended from all directions and trapped him. The light walls couldn't stop him, but he also couldn't escape from the light wall's encirclement, especially that shocking temperature. It was really too terrifying. It was many times hotter than the flames he had experienced so far. This was the first time he had encountered such a special attack. He didn't expect that when the light attribute reached a certain level, there would be a brand new attack method. Seems like it won't let me pass easily. I definitely have to destroy this place to pass. Tianyun frowned. This was really not easy. Then he took a deep breath and ignored the light surrounding him. He held the 5-dragon divine spear in his hand. 5-dragon roar, activate. Tianyun roared. The 5-dragon divine spear in his hand released a dazzling 5-colored light. 20 times the strength was instantly stacked. Combined with his various strengths, his combat power directly exploded. Roar. The 5 dragons were much stronger than the ones he had released before. This was a consumable skill. How could the power be the same? The terrifying 5 dragons fiercely slammed into the light wall. The moment they touched it, the hard light wall seemed to have turned into thin ice and was easily smashed. After it was smashed, it continued forward and slammed into the light wall in front of it. This was the final wall of light, the wall of light that blocked his way. If he did not break it, there would be more light enveloping him and trapping him here. Boom! The 5 dragons slammed into the light wall and smashed it. 2 light walls were smashed consecutively. After the 2 light walls were smashed, the light surrounding him disappeared completely. Everything returned to normal. That burning feeling finally disappeared. Chapter 15:18. After the final light wall was destroyed, it was as if a large formation had been destroyed. Everything returned to normal. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After 2 consecutive fierce attacks, he couldn't relax at all. Now he could take a breather. There were no more attacks around him, so he could take a breather. Tianyun looked at his body. A large part of it was charred. However, it wasn't a serious injury. He would be fine after a little recovery. If he had been a little slower, he would have been completely burnt and then vaporized. His physique was strong, but the power of the light element was even stronger. If he didn't have the light core in his body, he would have been even more charred. The light core could alleviate the effects a little, making the effects less intense. Of course, it was only a part of the effect. It wasn't the key. He thought that with the light core, it would be a little easier. Now, it seemed that it was indeed a little easier, but only a little. It's just the beginning, and it's already so terrible. I wonder what will happen later. While Onion was recovering, he looked around at the situation. It was still barren, except for the light spirit stones. Only the passageway in front of him looked a little strange, but there were no other problems. However, the higher the difficulty, the more amazing the rewards. Onion believed that after passing this, the rewards would be amazing. The rewards in the mortal world weren't bad, let alone the rewards here. If he could control the heavenly realm, he might be able to kill a heavenly god with one blow. Just thinking about it made him excited. If he could control the heavenly realm and fly around, he could kill everything in his way. No one would be able to stop him. Of course, it was just a thought. He had to control the 3 realms first. The rest could be discussed later. After a little relief, Onion continued forward. This time, he was more vigilant. He had been attacked twice in a row. He didn't know what kind of attacks he would receive later. The power would only be stronger, not weaker. Shortly after, Onion continued forward. When he stepped into the passage, he immediately became nervous. After all, this was equivalent to a passage to the next level. Who knew it might be like before, with countless light swords piercing through it. When he entered, he was greeted by rows of statues. Each statue looked different and held different weapons in their hands. His expression was especially solemn. These statues were also made of light spirit stones, but they were mixed with other materials, so it was not clear what they were. However, these statues exuded a dangerous aura, as if they could come to life at any time. Do you want me to beat up these statues? As Onion looked at these statues, his heart sank. Looking at the row of statues, he could sense that their cultivation bases were all upper-level Empyreans. There weren't many of them. There were only 8 of them. It would be fine to fight them one by one, but it wouldn't be easy to fight a group of them. Even though he had made quite a few breakthroughs now, there was still a gap between him and a powerful upper Empyrean. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Immediately after, he quickly got ready. He gripped the 5-dragon god spear tightly, ready to fight at any time. Then, he stepped forward and entered the range of the statues. However, these statues didn't move at all. They didn't rush over and attack him like he had imagined. Strange. Why aren't they acting according to the rules? Onion frowned. He was ready, but there was no movement at all. However, he didn't relax at all. He walked forward step by step. When he came to the side of one of the statue suddenly shrouded him with a light that attacked his soul. In an instant, Onion felt that he had entered a strange illusion. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses whizzed past him, and all around him was a chaotic battle. Onion had just reacted when he saw a few Empyreans rushing over. They held weapons with fierce expressions and slashed at him. Onion's eyes narrowed. He didn't panic at all. He waved the 5-dragon god spear in his hands and counterattacked. Who knew that when he waved, his attack passed through their bodies and didn't cause any harm to them. Similarly, they couldn't attack Onion either. They all passed through him. Onion quickly turned his head to look and discovered that this group of Empyreans was actually facing off against the god general in the statue. This god general waved the giant sword in his hands and started fighting with the Empyreans that rushed over. A bunch of arrogant people, quickly come and die. This god general roared and rushed over. The giant sword in his hands danced wildly. Everywhere he went, Empyreans were chopped into pieces. They were all upper Empyreans, but his level was much higher. Middle Empyreans were simply crushed by him. He swept his way over and was unrivaled. Illusion, Eteonion immediately reacted. It turned out that all of this was an illusion and not real. Because it was relatively sudden, he really couldn't tell for a moment just now. He looked around. It had turned into a battlefield. Countless powerhouses were fighting here. However, it was very obvious that this was an extreme suppression. This side was divided into two sides. One side was extremely powerful, crushing everything. Among them, he even saw the evil spirit race. The other wave had gathered many forces, forming a force to resist their fierce attacks. Among them, the divine general was on the weaker side. Could this be the battle of the divine realm? Eteonion reacted slightly. He felt that this should be the battle of the divine realm, or more accurately, the battle of the divine emperor. In order to create a divine emperor, it triggered a battle of divine emperors. There were many ancient Empyreans present, and they were already in a state of lacking resources. Kill them. Extract their bloodlines and resources. They'll all be ours. With these resources, we will offer them all to our Lord and let him become a divine emperor. A bunch of ants are still struggling on their deathbed. Destroy them. Other than the evil spirit race, there were also many other powerful races on the other side. As for the other side, they were all weak races, including the human race. However, there were also powerful races, such as the divine spirit race. Among them, this god general was from the divine spirit race. In order to become a divine emperor, you actually slaughtered living beings at will. You want to exterminate all races. It is truly too cruel. The god general shouted, "Empyrean Xianglong, have you been kicked in the head? They are all low-level life forms. Why is your divine spirit race protecting them? Your divine spirit race is also protecting such lowly life forms. It is truly lowly." The Empyrean on the other side mocked. There might be strong and weak life forms, but there is absolutely no difference between high and low. Empyrean Xianglong said coldly. Chapter 15:19. In this god-emperor battle, Eteonion also saw other races, and even Feng Qiuzun's parents. He did not know if they were Feng Qiuzun's parents, but from their appearances, they did look somewhat similar. However, Feng Qiuzun's parents were not on the side of the evil spirit race, but on the side of the divine spirit race. The result was already very obvious. The true truth was that Feng Qiuzun's parents were not accomplices in the God-Emperor battle, but were helping the divine spirit race fight against the enemy. Rather than saying that they were fighting against the enemy, it was better to say that they were protecting themselves and their homes. If they did not resist, their homes and loved ones would be destroyed. The battle continued like this. Eteonion acted as a bystander, watching everything. He did not expect to find the truth so quickly. He did not even need to look around to find the truth here. However, he kept a straight face as he watched everything. In the end, this sky sovereign Xianglong died on the battlefield, killed by many sky sovereigns. After sky sovereign Xianglong was killed, he retreated from the illusion. His body was not injured, and he was just a bystander watching from the side. He did not say a word as he continued to walk forward. When he walked in front of another statue, a ray of light enveloped him, causing him to once again enter the illusion. This time, the illusion was the same as before, but it was from a different perspective. It was also an ancient sky sovereign fighting, and it was also a divine spirit race, but it was a different scene. However, it was still the God-Emperor battle, but he could see more tragic scenes, all of them being slaughtered. All sorts of forces were being crushed, and the weak forces were being forced to retreat. Everything fell into darkness. Even so, they still tried their best to resist, led by the divine spirit race. Fortunately, this was only the inner god realm, and had nothing to do with the outer god realm. Thus, there was basically no danger in the outer god realm. However, if the inner god realm had been conquered by them, would the outer god realm be far away? Eteonyun could not see the results from here, but he could roughly guess the results. The battle ended in a draw, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. After all, those with low talent or weak bloodlines were the majority. Ants could bite an elephant to death. This logic was not wrong. Under such circumstances, the outer god realm would not be damaged. Otherwise, the result would be the same as the inner god realms, with many damaged god realms. It would be quite miserable. Soon, the divine general died, and he bounced out. He didn't say a word and continued to walk forward, but his expression was much more serious. He roughly knew what was going on here. It wasn't to kill him, but to let him understand the real history. Now, the truth in history had been covered up by the almighties of the fifth grade god realm. They had even slandered and slandered others. Without a doubt, most of the current grade 5 god realms were those disgusting fellows from before. They didn't win back then, but they didn't lose either. They just continued to stay in the best place. As for when they would make a comeback, it would be another war of misery and suffering. It didn't take long for him to experience the illusions of the 8 statues one by one and experience the battle of the gods from back then. When he reached the end, the exit was right in front of him. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a huge core of light, the 7th stage realm. He did not expect to find a rank 7 light core here as well. He had thought that it would be at the 5th or 6th grade. He did not expect it to be at the 7th grade. Of course, it was meaningless to him now. He was already a rank 7 core. At most, he could strengthen the light planet a little. It's over just like that. Eteonyun was stunned. He had thought that there would be some special test, but it seemed like there wasn't any. Just when he thought that there would be no test, the light core suddenly enveloped him with a beam of light, a moment of carelessness, and he was enveloped. He couldn't even dodge. The speed was too fast, and he was enveloped. Again, when Eteonyun came back to his senses, he found himself in the middle of a battlefield. The surroundings were in chaos, and it was still the battle of the god emperors. There was no change from before. I've been looking all the way here. Why am I still looking? Could it be that I can see the situation of the owner of this place? Eteonyun's eyes lit up. He looked all the way here and thought about it carefully. He really did not know who the owner of this place was. What kind of existence could create such a powerful 3 realms? But one thing is clear. This person must be from the god spirit race, and he is the patriarch of the god spirit race. On the surface, this person must be from the god spirit race. There is no doubt about it. Kill. At this time, a heavenly venerate next to him swung the long sword in his hand and attacked Eteonyun. Eteonyun didn't feel anything at first. It's just an illusion anyway. But when the opponent attacked him, he immediately felt a sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. It made him subconsciously thrust forward, and his power directly burst out. Boom! The lower-level heavenly venerate, who rushed at him, was stabbed by his spear. Ding! Successfully killed the illusion. Reward: 100 compressed EXP, 100 compressed crazy point. Huh? I can kill it. Eteonyun was stunned. He didn't expect that he could kill the illusion. This place was completely open to him. Although he came in as a soul, if he was attacked, it will cause serious damage to his soul. If it's serious, he will become an idiot, which is no different from being dead. I said it's not that easy. It seems that the final level wants me to experience this scene personally. Eteonyun felt helpless. At first, he thought it was over, but now it seems that he was naive. After he killed an heavenly venerate, other heavenly venerates rushed at him, crazily treating him as an enemy. Damn it, killing them doesn't give me EXP. Tianyun felt very depressed. He doesn't like this situation. If he killed them, he could get a lot of EXP, but who knows, it's only 100 EXP. What can 100 EXP do? For him now, he doesn't want to kill them. But now he can only bite the bullet. Otherwise he will die here. Immediately, he killed the heavenly venerates who rushed at him. But the EXP he got is still very poor. I don't know how to pass this level. Do I have to fight until the end? Tianyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, if he is killed, his soul will be damaged, and he will become an idiot even if he doesn't die. It means that he has to fight until the end, and it's possible to achieve some goal. Chapter 1520. Tianyun killed the Empyrean powerhouses that kept pouncing over from all directions. However, he wasn't fighting alone. There were many powerhouses that came over to support him. Although it was an illusion, everything was so real. Some even gave him medicinal pills or asked if he was injured. If he didn't already know that it was an illusion, he would really treat this place as the real world. He even substituted himself into it and became the resistance. He was now playing the role of one of them. He didn't know how long he had been fighting for. He started to get to know many Empyreans and gathered together to discuss how to resist. They didn't have any plans to counterattack. They were completely defending and filling in the gaps. Everyone looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. They were already prepared to die here. The difference between the two sides was too great. It was simply a nightmare, a battle where they would be crushed. But they could only hold on. If they could choose to perish together, they would choose to perish together. If they could slash twice, they definitely wouldn't just slash once. They were all fighting with this kind of mentality. If they didn't resist, they would be at the mercy of others. More importantly, the families behind them would be destroyed by these factions. They had no choice but to pick up weapons and resist. As long as they had a bit of combat strength, they would throw themselves into the battle. In a trance, Tianyun felt like he had been here for a long time. They had also fought for many years. During this period, there were countless casualties. He also didn't know how many Empyreans and divine lords he had killed. Among them, he had even saved many people. It was as if he had really integrated into it. The casualties are really too heavy. Tianyun shook his head. He had witnessed the destruction of many factions. They retreated again and again, constantly being suppressed by the other side. He felt that after this battle, many factions in the God realm would basically fall back to the level of grade 1 or grade 2 God realm. It was really too tragic. The other side was too strong, so strong that it could be described as abnormal. The most obvious thing was when they were enemies. The other side had too many powerhouses. If they had 10 Empyreans on their side, the other side had 30 to 40. It was simply a crushing defeat. Whether it was celestial deities or Empyreans, they were much stronger than the other side. Even divine lords could crush many of the other side. Under the crushing defeat of the other side, they could only retreat again and again, suffering heavy casualties. But they could only defend, and they had to fight without stopping. Tianyun was completely infected by this spirit. Perhaps they didn't do it for so-called justice, but to protect their homes or loved ones. That's why they chose to do so. But this alone was enough to move Tianyun. Perhaps even he himself would disregard his own safety to resist it. Not good, not good. A large number of powerful enemies slaughtered their way over, as if this was a great all-out attack. They sent many heavenly deity powerhouses over, and there were even more, quite a few Empyreans. They even used a large number of giant beasts. An Empyrean hurriedly came in from outside. Before he finished speaking, waves of energy surged over from outside, and the expressions of the group of people changed. When they rushed out, they discovered that groups of star domain divine beasts had torn through space and were charging toward them. He opened his mouth wide and spat out many experts. Like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, he passed through the layers of eyes and formations and charged in just like that. At the same time, the star domain divine beasts even sucked in some powerhouses, immediately plunging their headquarters into a chaotic battle. Eteonion followed out and saw the sky full of heavenly deities pouring down from the sky. It was really a great all-out attack this time. This time, they're really desperate. They want to exterminate us in one go. Empyrean Skycloud, we're dead for sure this time. Why don't we slip into the outer divine regions? At that time, we can escape into Fanyu. They definitely can't find us then. Yeah, we better escape. I'm afraid we're really going to lose this time. There are too many powerhouses. There's no way to fight at all. Escape to Fanyu. They definitely won't bother to invade Fanyu. Fanyu doesn't have anything. They definitely won't attack. The Empyreans who were on better terms with Eteonion all had thoughts of escaping in their hearts. Some did not need to say anything, and just turned to escape. In the end, many of them still chose to escape rather than fight to the death. Some chose to escape, while others chose to resist. Those who would stay here were still the majority. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. Instead, many things were left here. They could only choose to fight. Escape? Eteonion knew that the crucial moment had finally arrived. Should he choose to escape? Or should he stay and fight? If he chose to escape, he could survive. He was in his soul state. If he was killed, he might become an idiot. At best, he would suffer heavy injuries. During this period of time, he could feel it. When his soul was attacked, that kind of tearing pain was really unbearable. Fortunately, he could temper his soul all this time, and his cultivation rose steadily. Now, under this tempering, his soul state actually broke through to the early stage upper heavenly venerable level. This was something unexpected. When he first came in, he saw that there was so little experience and wasn't interested at all. Who knew that later on, when he discovered that he could temper his soul, he unexpectedly improved. From this, it could be seen that when the soul was attacked, one would really become an idiot. At best, one would suffer heavy injuries. Eteonion was confident that he wouldn't become an idiot, but if he suffered heavy injuries, it would be rather troublesome to recover. If he ran, seeing so many Empyreans resisting desperately by the side, he chose to run. Even though this was an illusion and it already happened in reality, he could not bear to do so. Empyrean Skycloud, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and escape together. The Empyrean by the side urged Eteonion, hinting for him to hurry up and escape together. Previously, Eteonion saved them. He would naturally pull him and escape together. No, I won't run. I'll continue to stay and fight. Eteonion looked ahead with a scorching gaze and said in a solemn voice, I'm not a coward. It's more for the sake of my home. If I really retreat, then there'll really be no way out anymore. Even if it was an illusion, he still chose to fight to the end. Escaping, his soul was fine, but he would feel unresigned in his heart. Staying here for so long, he was already thoroughly immersed in it, becoming a resistor. He did not choose to escape previously. Why did he choose to escape at the critical moment? Empyrean Skycloud will be leaving first. You're on your own, one after another. Empyrean chose to escape and did not go crazy together with Eteonion. Eteonion gripped the 5-dragon divine spear tightly and faced the batches of powerhouses in front, his gaze filled with fighting spirit. Take care, huh? Then let me enjoy this moment. Enjoy that world-shocking battle back then. Chapter 1521. Etionyan quickly joined the team and started fighting crazily. He didn't want to stop. Facing the heavenly venerables that pounced on him, he charged forward without hesitation and slashed fiercely. As for the heavenly gods, he didn't need to care about them for the time being. But even so, the numerous heavenly venerables made the pressure on him multiply. However, with his crazy damage mode, he still crushed them with all his might. He swept through them all, almost like a god of death. The surrounding heavenly venerables were scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a ferocious heavenly venerables, killing them like dogs. "You bunch of trash, I'll kill as many as you come." Etionyan held the 5-dragon divine spear in his hand and swept his way, killing them one after another. When the heavenly venerables at the side saw this, their spirits were shaken, infected by Etionyan's fighting spirit. They also followed suit, their fighting spirit soaring. The opponents were scared silly. They were all heavenly venerables, but why was the gap so big? "Audacious fanatic, don't be arrogant." A lower-level heavenly god roared and pounced over, holding an upper-level heavenly venerable spirit treasure in his hand, fiercely chopping down at Etionyan, the power of a heavenly god gushing out. The vast power of a heavenly god was like the descent of a true god, especially the power of this ancient heavenly god, which was far stronger than the power of the current world that Etionyan was in. It made one's heart palpitate and despair. Etionyan felt double the pressure. Through the appraisal, he could clearly feel that any random heavenly god was stronger than the Great Devis. The Great Devis's level was really not bad, and could be considered one of the top types among the many lower-level heavenly gods. But here, any random lower-level heavenly god could crush the Great Devis. Whether it was the concentration of bloodline or the resources, it far surpassed the era that Etionyan was in. Therefore, even if Etionyan had crazy damage mode, he was far inferior to the other party's strength. 5-dragon wild roar. Etionyan roared in rage, not fearing the incoming heavenly deities at all. There were no heavenly deities around him, only a group of heavenly venerables. Now that things had come to this, he could only force his way through. Waiting for reinforcements was basically impossible. Death in battle was an inevitable outcome. It was because everything was too sudden. Previously, there were quite a few heavenly deities here, and they just happened to be sent out when they were ambushed. There were many great formations here, so they believed that there wouldn't be any big problems. The result was obvious. The problem was extremely big, and they still died miserably. Etionyan believed that there was only one possibility: a traitor. There must be a traitor among them to cause such a situation. No matter what era it was, there would always be traitors, and there would also be those who were afraid of death. They submitted to the enemy not only to survive, but also to make use of the opportunity to make a fortune for themselves. How dare you show off in front of me with just this bit of strength? This heavenly deity's gaze was fierce. 8 enormous arms appeared behind him, making him look like a glaring Vajra. He grabbed an enormous dragon with each hand, and with a vicious squeeze, it exploded, turning into a pile of energy light spots. It was such a domineering move, but it was completely useless. It was easily broken by the other party. Etionyan's face fell. Sure enough, he had no way of dealing with it. His strength was still too far apart. He was an early-stage heavenly venerable. Dealing with a heavenly deity, this was something impossible. Crossing too many realms, especially at the ancient heavenly deity level. He was completely abused. Heavenly venerable Skycloud, hurry and escape. We'll hold on here. That's right, hurry and escape. You're the strongest. There's hope as long as there's life. We'll help you. A group of heavenly venerables charged over from the side, helping Eteonyun block this heavenly deity together. But if even Eteonyun could not deal with it, how could they deal with it? They naturally knew that they could not deal with it, but they felt that if Eteonyun was alive, then there would be greater hope. Want to leave? Do you all think that you can leave? This heavenly deity laughed loudly, his celestial deity power transforming into a void divine palm, slapping over with a wave of his hand, sending them all flying. Even Eteonyun was sent flying together. The group of people vomited blood one after another. Eteonyun even suffered internal injuries from the shock, feeling like his soul was almost about to be torn apart. His situation was still all right. As for the other heavenly venerables, they were blown up with one palm. Under one palm, several heavenly venerables all died. The might of a heavenly deity could be seen at a glance. At the same time, there were already quite a few heavenly venerables surrounding this place at the periphery, carrying out a full-scale encirclement. Those who escaped in advance previously were all stopped and exterminated. Since they came to ambush, they definitely made a foolproof plan. Otherwise, how could they dare to come over casually? Die! Eteonyun's gaze turned intent, gripping the five dragons' divine spear tightly. His figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. He did not go and clash head-on with a heavenly deity, but turned around and went to clash head-on with the other heavenly venerables, killing one counted as one. Under his astonishing speed, he could escape the attacks of heavenly deities and then continuously cut down heavenly venerables. But as the companions around him gradually disappeared, what greeted him was still the outcome of being annihilated. There were several heavenly deities surrounding him from all directions, glaring at him and saying, "This brat killed so many of our heavenly venerables. Exterminate him together." Several heavenly deities sealed up an extremely complicated sealing grand array suppressing him, making Eteonyun unable to move. Forget about even shifting, he could not even move, like he was fixed in the air. Looks like it's still this outcome in the end. Eteonyun did not despair in his heart, only calmness, and even more so knew that the outcome would become like this. The difference in strength was too great. The outcome was bound to be like this. It was just that he did not choose to escape, but chose to continue fighting. It was a pity that his strength was still too lacking. If he was a little stronger, he might be able to win. But even if he won, he similarly could not change history. What should be destroyed would still be destroyed. What he was in was just an illusion and not returning to the past. Wait a minute, brat, I'll give you one last chance. On account that you're a genius, as long as you join us, we won't pursue anything against you, and even give you generous treatment. One of the heavenly deities indicated to his companions not to be in a hurry to make a move. I can join you guys, but I only want one condition. Eteonyun looked at them and said with a faint smile, "What condition?" Their eyes lit up. "That is, if you all commit suicide, I'll join you guys," Eteonyun said with a smile. "Bastard, to dare play us, exterminate him." Boom, boom, boom. Attacks bombarded over from all directions, directly blasting him into dregs, deader than dead. Eteonyun only felt his mind go blank, and then his consciousness completely disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he was sitting in front of that light core, and everything was fine. I'm fine? Chapter 15:22. Eteonyun sensed his soul, and was surprised to find that it had not been injured at all. Previously, when he was attacked, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Everything felt so real. Now that he realized that nothing had happened to him, it felt like a dream. Could it be that I'm fine being killed casually? Eteonyun did not know what the conditions to pass the trial were, but it seemed that he would not be injured if he died. Just as he was guessing, the light core in front of him emitted a beam of light that enveloped him. Following that, a light attribute mark appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had become the master of this core. Following that, a wave of energy surged into his head, allowing him to know the control method here and some memories. After a detailed understanding, Etionyan was really shocked. He was not shocked by what he had obtained, but by the rules of passing. This trial was indeed a trial, and it was a test of his choices. Should he choose to escape or to continue fighting? If he fought to the end, he would be considered to have won. If he died along the way, he would become an idiot, or his soul would be severely injured. As for escaping later, it would also be considered a failure. The result would be that his soul would be severely injured, and he would not be able to become the master of this place. Fortunately, I chose to fight to the end. Etionyan knew that the outcome would be a draw, but what he had experienced was a defeat. He believed that, in the end, the other heavenly gods would return and launch another round of counterattacks. Finally, they would feel pain and choose to retreat. Without knowing the rules, he thought that he would pass if he survived. Who knew that he would only pass if he died, and he had to fight to the end? These trials were indeed not simple. If they were simple, it would not be called a trial. Ding! Successfully completed the special mission, passed the trial of light, obtained the title of Master of the Heavenly Realm. He had finally completed one of the missions. All that was left was the secret trial mission. After passing it, he would be the true master of the three realms. The ancient heavenly gods are really powerful. I thought that I could compete with them, but it seems that I still need to improve. Through this failure, Etionyan clearly understood the strength of the ancient heavenly gods. He believed that there were many ancient heavenly lords and ancient heavenly gods in this world. But he was not sure where they were hiding. Once it appeared, it would definitely lead to a reign of terror. What he needed now was to greatly increase his strength. Otherwise, if he were to erupt, the three realms would definitely be destroyed. Then he stayed there and cultivated, continuing to absorb the light core to strengthen the light planet in his body. The energy provided by Venerable Fengqiu was ultimately still too little, and he did not dare to casually absorb it. But now it was different. He could absorb them at will, allowing him to continuously increase his strength. He couldn't relax for even a moment. As time passed, he quickly strengthened the planet of light in his body, and it was much stronger than before. Only then did he stand up. Looking at the statues behind him, he immediately felt deep veneration. After bowing deeply, Etionyan turned around and walked away. After passing through, a passageway appeared in front of him, allowing him to leave through it. After entering, he discovered that the place he was heading to was the core region of the 5 elements. It was as if he had gone around in a circle. There was a dark trial on the side, and a mysterious power flowed out from there. Etionyan thought about it for a while and decided to give up for now. He would come back for the trial after he raised his cultivation. The difficulty might be similar to the light trial, but he really wanted to sweep away all the illusions and destroy all those heavenly gods. After all, it was too humiliating for him to be killed. Even if it was an illusion, he had to destroy it. I'll leave first for now. I'll try again when I raise my cultivation. Etionyan was already very satisfied. He turned and left. The situation outside did not change much, and it was still progressing smoothly. Then he went to find Emperor Fengqiu. Emperor Fengqiu stayed here, helping the cultivators of the 3 realms. If there was anyone who needed help, he would give them some pointers. She had nothing to do here, so she naturally wanted to find something to do. Emperor Fengqiu, I have something to tell you. Etionyan came to Emperor Fengqiu and said, "What is it?" Emperor Feng Chiu saw Etienne's serious expression and knew that something big had happened. I already know the truth about your parents. Etienne came to find her to tell her the truth. The truth about my parents. It's only been a few years, and you've already found the truth. Emperor Feng Chiu's eyes widened. Etienne had only disappeared for a few years. To her, it was just a short while. She did not know how many centuries she had searched, but she had not found any truth. Yes, I found it, Etienne said solemnly. Then what's the situation? Emperor Feng Chiu felt very nervous. She was afraid that Etienne would say that her parents were accomplices in the battle of the god emperors, which meant that the position of the demon was confirmed. Your parents are heroes. Etienne looked at her and said, Hero? Emperor Feng Chiu was stunned. It was too different from what she knew. Not a demon, but a hero. That's right, they are heroes. I found the corresponding memories in an ancient site. You can take a look. Etienne took out a piece of jade. Inside it, Etienne had stored the corresponding scene. It could recreate the situation at that time. Actually, these could be faked, so no one would treat it as the truth. He did not need everyone to know. At least Emperor Feng Chiu knew. After Emperor Feng Chiu finished looking, she was completely stunned. Heroes, they are heroes. Emperor Feng Chiu's tears flowed. She sat on the ground and started crying, as though everything had relaxed. The worries in her heart had all disappeared. Yes, they are true heroes. Etienne sighed. Everything is a rumor spread by those accomplices. If you announce it to the outside world, no one will believe it, but at least in your heart, you know that your parents are not demons. Emperor Feng Chiu stood up, feeling extremely embarrassed. She was embarrassed to be seen by Etienne. Thank you, Emperor Etienne. If not for you, I would not have found the truth so quickly. Emperor Feng Chiu smiled lightly. It's great to join your side. Etienne smiled. Don't you think I made it up? You have never seen my parents. How can you make it up? Besides, I believe that Emperor Etienne would not do such a thing, right? Emperor Feng Chiu smiled brightly. After feeling refreshed, she became cheerful. That's true. Etienne smiled. Chapter 15:23. After everything was settled, Etienne heaved a sigh of relief and decided to stay in the 3 realms to take a breather. There were too many things to do recently, and he wanted to stay here for a while to see the progress of the 3 realms God realm. The progress of the 3 realms God realm was generally very smooth, and there were no problems. Everything progressed according to the previous schedule, and many cultivators broke through at lightning speed. The conditions here were simply too outstanding, many times better than the Grade 1 God realm. Originally, they could break through quickly when they first came to the God realm, let alone the 4th grade God realm. It was like jumping from the poor to the rich in an instant. Etienne took advantage of this time to stay here and accompany his family. Every once in a while, Etienne would stay here to rest and feel the familiar atmosphere. Perhaps this would make him more motivated. I heard that my daughter has someone she likes recently. Don't you want to go take a look? Sure, Shuyan said with a smile. Etienne looked up, his eyes shooting out 2 rays of light. You mean Sishua has someone she likes? It's just hearsay. If you want to know, why don't you go take a look? Shuyan smiled faintly. Yes, although I often come back to accompany you, I really don't know anything about Sishua's situation. Etienne thought for a moment, then smiled. Then I'll secretly go take a look and see what's going on. He came back often, but he would not casually investigate the situation here. He would only skim over and would not carefully check every corner. They were in charge here, so he did not need to be so strict. Therefore, there were many things that he did not know. For example, his daughter already had someone she liked. That was different. As a father, he had to personally check and see what kind of person his daughter liked. Immediately after, he used his spiritual sense to explore and quickly found his daughter's figure. Isishua's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had already reached the 7th refinement Earth Lord. If this continued, it would not be a problem for her to break through to the 8th or 9th refinement. As for the 10 refinements, Earth Monarch, Tianyan didn't really want her to cultivate it. The difficulty was simply too high. He could only say that when it came to the 9th refinement Earth Lord, he would personally come and take a look. At this moment, Isishua was in a dueling ground, supervising a group of cultivators. They were all star venerates. Now that she was personally teaching, the group of disciples were all working hard in their cultivation, with the daughter of the region, Lord, personally teaching them. How could they not work hard? That's about all I've taught you today. Work hard and don't let us down. After Isishua finished teaching, she said a few more words and left. However, before she could take a few steps, many disciples rushed over and surrounded her. Master, there's something I don't understand here. Please continue to teach me. Me too. There are also things that I don't understand here. Please teach me again. Me too. One by one, the disciples rushed forward, wanting Isishua to teach them. Are there so many things you don't understand? Isishua frowned, but she still taught them one by one. After some guidance, they immediately understood, all of them brimming with energy. That's great, as expected of Master E. With just a few words, she enlightened me. That's right, I have a feeling of enlightenment. I feel like my world has suddenly become clear. Master E is indeed Master E. She's really amazing. All of them continuously praised Isishua. Tianyun, who was looking over, immediately smiled. These were all old tricks. They wanted to attract Isishua's attention and pretend to be diligent and studious in front of her. Tianyun could tell with one glance. How could these disciples not understand? They just pretended not to understand. They just wanted to talk and interact with Isishua more. Isishua had such a high status, but she was his daughter. How could there not be many people fawning over her? There were even countless cultivators who came to pursue her. It was not just a matter of Isishua's status. She was a genius and extremely beautiful. How could there be no one pursuing her? The number of people pursuing her could line up around several planets. All right, you guys cultivate well. That's about it. Isishua felt that it was time to leave after teaching them. Master E, I still don't understand something. That's right. I'm also not too clear about this place. All of them rushed over, wanting to continue asking Isishua. To put it bluntly, they wanted to make her stay. It's about time. You guys can do your own things. If you want to ask anything, you can ask me when I come over in a few days. Isishua waved her hand, rejecting their requests. Then she turned and flew away. The group of cultivators was disappointed. It seemed like they could not make Isishua stay. Master E still left in the end. How could she not leave? She still has to teach the next batch of disciples. What a pity. Can't she stay a little longer? All of them were dejected, feeling that it was a pity. It would be great if Isishua stayed a little longer. They followed Isishua to the next planet and continued to teach another batch of Starry Sky disciples. She only taught them along the way. That was the basic thing for now. Apart from cultivating, she also taught these disciples. Tianyan observed along the way. He did not see any signs of liking at all. She just taught the disciples normally. After Isishua walked one round, she finally finished teaching. Following that, many earthly monarchs and even the Lord of Heaven geniuses came over. "Miss E, you're done. Why don't we go to the Moonlight restaurant to rest? I know a few famous dishes there. They're very delicious. Miss E, you've worked hard. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I know a very beautiful place. How about I take you there to have a look? Miss E, I found an excellent cultivation ground. Let's go take a look." These were the true pursuers. They tirelessly pursued her. No matter how many times they failed, they never gave up. I've said it before. I'm not interested. If you want to pursue me, you have to surpass my father first. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Sishue pointed at them, indicating for them to give up. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who could surpass Tianyun? Tianyun was a legendary existence. Who could surpass him? Wasn't this making things difficult for them? When Tianyun saw this from the side, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. If this was really the standard, she would probably be lonely for the rest of her life. How could she have someone she liked? She would always be single, especially with herself as the standard. Chapter 1524. After Sishue got rid of her pursuers, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she disguised herself and headed to Fallen Flower Planet. Fallen Flower Planet was one of the more prosperous planets in the god realm of the three realms. There were many bustling restaurants here, which puzzled him. Why would his daughter go to such a place? Was she here to drink? Of course, it was not that female cultivators could not drink. It was just that male cultivators usually came here to indulge in debauchery. There were not many females here. This surprised him. He did not expect his daughter to have such a hobby. He followed Sishue to one of the restaurants. She chose a table in the hall and sat down. Then she began to drink by herself. She looked at the dancers in front of her and drank happily. This made Etienne's eyes widen. His daughter liked this. She liked to drink and watch dances. Of course, there were other female cultivators around, so she did not stand out. It was just that she was alone here, which was a little more abrupt. The rest of the female cultivators chose a private room. Several female cultivators were watching and discussing. Sishue, on the other hand, was drinking by herself. What the hell is this girl doing? Tianyun thought for a moment. Then he changed his appearance to that of a handsome young man. He walked to Sishue and said with a smile, "Miss, do you mind sitting down with me?" "I mind very much. There are seats next to us. You can sit there yourself." Sishue did not even bother to look at him. She pointed at the empty table next to her and said. The cultivator next to her laughed and teased, "Little brother, you should just sit here obediently." Tianyun smiled and did not say anything. He sat next to her and ordered a pot of wine. He was not angry. Instead, he felt very satisfied. At least she would reject people. Sishue did not say anything. She sat next to him and continued to drink and watch the performance. From time to time, when the dancers in front performed well, she would clap. She did not look like a girl at all. Instead, she looked like a man. Tianyun felt helpless. How did it become like this? Is this a way to relieve stress? Tianyun squinted his eyes at the side. However, even if it was decompression, there was nothing wrong with that. Overall, it was still very normal. However, he didn't care and continued to drink on the side. He just wanted to take a look at his daughter's private life. He couldn't possibly keep an eye on it. After some time, just as Tianyun was about to leave, the sounds of fighting suddenly came from outside. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that there was a fight going on outside. It was unknown why two young talents were fighting. At this moment, Sishue rushed out towards the two young men who were fighting. Tianyun's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up to follow them out. When they went outside, the sound of beating and cursing could be heard. Stop! Isishue rushed over and gestured for them to stop. But how could they stop? They fought like a raging fire, completely ignoring the people around them. All of you, stop! Isishue rushed up and sent them flying with a few punches and kicks, smashing them into the houses nearby. Tianyun was dumbfounded by the violence in front of him. She called for them to stop, but she went over and kicked them away. After they were kicked away, they crawled out of the houses. Isishue didn't hit them too hard and only sent them flying with a simple kick. Their cultivation wasn't low. They were both at the 4th refinement of the Earth Monarch level and could be considered decent talents. At this stage, Earth Monarchs were the cornerstones and were the focus of nurturing. What are you doing? Why are you causing trouble here? Don't you know that you can't cause trouble here? Isishue said coldly. Who are you? What's our business? The two of them stood up and glared at Isishue, feeling that she was being a busybody. Who I am isn't important. What's important is the rules. Don't you know the rules here? If you cause trouble, you will be severely punished. Seeing you like this, I really feel that it's a waste of resources to nurture you. Isishue said angrily. Their expressions changed, and they glared at her. Whether it's a waste of resources or not, it's not up to you to decide. Scram to wherever you want to go. They were immediately infuriated. They, who had been specially nurtured, were more or less a little arrogant. If others said that, they would definitely be indignant. I can decide. Isishue pointed at them and said angrily, You both have to stop providing resources for 50 years. During this period, it will depend on your performance. If your performance is good, this punishment can be stopped in advance. Stopping providing resources. This was really ruthless. She didn't restrict their activities, but this was equivalent to cutting off their source of income. This was the same logic as not giving them food to eat. Originally, food was provided for free, but now they had to earn it themselves. What right do you have? They were all stunned. She said that they would be punished. The other enforcers didn't even come over, but the other party directly set the punishment plan. At this moment, the enforcers rushed over. They were quite fast and rushed over immediately. Father! One of the youths quickly came over and shouted. He didn't expect them to have a background. No wonder they would cause trouble here. What happened? The enforcer came over with a cold face. The two of them are causing trouble here. There's already a rule that they can't cause trouble here. But they are causing trouble here. They must be punished. Isishue came over and said, Father, she said that she wants to punish me and stop providing resources for 50 years. The youth hurriedly said, That's impossible. She's not an enforcer. Stop providing resources for 50 years? The enforcer frowned and looked at him coldly. Stop providing resources for 50 years? That's considered a light punishment. Scram back home. I will report to stop your resources for 100 years. How can this be? Father, you're my father. You're an enforcer. The youth shouted. If the resources were stopped and he had to earn it himself, wouldn't he go crazy? It's because he's your father that it has to be stricter. If he stops resources for 50 years, you stop for 100 years. That's it. The enforcer was extremely strict. Instantly, the two of them were dumbfounded. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. It was useless even if they had a backer. Tianyun watched from the side. It seemed that the management here was very strict. The enforcers were even more strictly selected. He knew that the enforcer would definitely not be willing. However, if he was biased, the enforcer would be finished. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Strict standards had always been what they needed. This girl, is she here for a private visit? He saw that after Isishue went back to settle the bill, she continued to walk to other places. He had to admit that because there were more cultivators here, it was indeed easy for problems to arise. Chapter 1525. After knowing Isishua's real purpose, Itianyan instantly felt that he had thought too much. He thought that she was really here to drink with the ladies. Now, it seemed that she was here for a private visit to investigate the situation here. If the other party wasn't willing, she could scare them to death by revealing her identity. Fortunately, the enforcers were very self-disciplined. If they shielded her, and Isishue revealed her true identity, they would be finished immediately and be expelled from the god realm of the three realms. This was the strictness of the law. If they wanted to expel her, they would be expelled without a second chance. If they were found to have shielded her, they would be expelled. There was no room for negotiation. When they were recruited, they had to adhere to the principle of fairness and justice. If they shielded her, they would only be dead. However, there were really people who made such a mistake. In the end, it was useless even if they begged for mercy. Those who deserved to be punished would still be punished. There was no room for negotiation. Fortunately, Isishue didn't reveal her true identity. This proved that the enforcers were quite self-disciplined. After Isishue left, she casually walked around the planet again before heading to other areas to patrol. Then, Isishue continued to patrol other areas that were prone to conflict. It had always been like this. She was with someone she liked. There was no such thing. Seems like there's no such thing at all. Itianyan shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that these were all rumors. He didn't know where they came from to cause such a misunderstanding. After a while, Itianyan was completely sure that there was no problem. It was indeed just a rumor. Forget it. I'll just ask her personally. Itianyan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Isishue. Isishue was stunned at first. When she saw clearly that it was her father, she pounced on him and hugged his arm. She said in surprise, "Father, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." Itianyan reached out and rubbed her little head. His eyes were full of love. "How long will it take for you to leave this time?" Isishue shook his arm. "I'll probably stay for a while." Itianyan thought for a while and decided to stay here for a while. Actually, every time he came back, he would look for Isishue. It was just that he was in a hurry this time, so he didn't come looking for her. "By the way, I want to ask you something. You have to answer me truthfully." Itianyan thought for a while and immediately wanted to get to the main topic. "What is it?" Isishue blinked. She didn't know what Itianyan wanted to ask her. "I heard that you have someone you like?" Itianyan asked in a very simple and rude manner, without any euphemism. "Huh." Isishue opened her mouth in surprise. "Who said that? I happened to pass by some places and overheard it." Itianyan looked at her and smiled. "Tell me honestly, do you have someone you like? If so, I'll have to check it out myself." Itianyan didn't intend to stop them. His daughter was already a grown-up and didn't need them to care about her all the time. He wanted to see exactly what kind of young man could win his daughter's heart. How can there be such a thing? It's simply nonsense. "I don't have anyone I like." Isishue thought for a while and smiled. "It's not that I don't have anyone I like. I like father and mother very much, and Aunt Yue, and the others, I like them all." "Ahem, I'm not talking about this kind of like." "You have a man you like?" Itianyan felt very helpless. Did he have to say it so clearly? Didn't I say that I don't have anyone? The standard for me to choose my other half is not to be more outstanding than father, but at least to the same level as father. It's just that I haven't seen him for so long. So if I don't like him, how could there be someone I like? Isishue pouted. "Really?" Itianyan looked at her suspiciously. He didn't think it was very credible. How could it be fake? I wouldn't lie to you. Are you suspecting that your own daughter is lying to her father? Isishua pointed to the sky and said, When I was young, I swore that if I were to marry, I would marry someone as outstanding as father. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't marry. Itianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was really the case, then this daughter of his was really going to be single. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Itianyan said with a smile. It's not exaggerated at all. I want someone as outstanding as father. No matter how bad they are, they have to be more than half. Isishua shook her head and said, Unfortunately, I haven't seen them. They are all ordinary people. There are no outstanding ones. Itianyan felt even more helpless, using himself as the standard, where else in the three realms divine realm? Unless it spread to the other 4th and 5th grade divine realms, there were many outstanding geniuses. But how could he dare to let his daughter go out now? It wasn't safe outside now, especially Earth monarchs here. They were simply cannon fodder. Soon after, they chatted on the way back. They chatted about all sorts of things. Isishua told him all her thoughts and worries. Itianyan listened at the side. Along the way, he realized that his wife didn't know who his daughter liked, but she wanted him to accompany Isishua more. Thinking of this, Itianyan sighed deeply. So, this was the real reason. He also wanted to see how his daughter usually did things, and what her true thoughts were. Through this person she liked, she immediately attracted his attention. Looks like I've really lost too much in this year. Itianyan shook his head. However, he didn't regret it. They were able to have such a smile now because of their strength. If they didn't have this premise, they would have been devoured by the evil spirit race in the beginning. How could they have such a smile? They wouldn't have been so calm. After spending some time with his daughter, he felt much better, as if his soul had been purified. What's going on recently? Itianyan asked. The situation has been very stable recently. There are many hard-working disciples among them, and all of them are very outstanding. All of them want to become your disciple, Isishua replied with a smile. Disciple? Itianyan was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he really didn't have any disciples after cultivating for so long. In the past, he didn't have much time. Now that he had time, should he take a few disciples? He had many divine generals, but divine generals were divine generals, not disciples. Only disciples were very suitable to inherit his legacy. Some divine generals weren't suitable, so he could only give up. Yes, Father, do you want to find a few disciples? Isishua smiled. Chapter 15:26. The selection of disciples was a very important matter. It could be said to be a matter of the entire 3 realms. As long as he said it, all the cultivators would immediately rush over. Some of the thick-skinned deacons would probably come to participate. Itianyan's reputation was too great. To them, he was simply a god. If it was said that the god emperor was the strongest in the outside world, then he was equivalent to the god emperor here. They were extremely fanatical about Itianyan. All of them wanted to pounce on him and become his personal disciple. Itianyan's strength is obvious to all of them, and his achievements are also higher than theirs. In the entire 3 realms, there was no one who did not know of his existence. As long as he did not change his appearance, he would be known immediately. Isishua did not change her appearance, so she might not be known. It was the same for Shuyan. She would not be recognized if she walked in a remote area. As for him, there would definitely be people who would recognize him, and they would recognize him immediately. There were statues of him everywhere. How could they not recognize him? To put it bluntly, it was difficult not to know him. Even when they first taught children to read, they would first recognize him. After he found out about this, he could not help but wipe his sweat. It had to be said that it was too exaggerated. It had been expanded by Shi Shuiyun and the others. They all said that in order to strengthen their position, they had to start from the children. Prestige was always the most important. If they wanted to strengthen the hearts of the people here, they had to publicize everything well and let them know who was protecting them. However, they did not make things up. They all listed out the real situation. For example, protecting the 3 realms from the invasion of the evil spirit race. When a bunch of things were listed, it was simply a miracle. There was no need for any fake content to list out the contents of a book. After reading such books, how could they not worship Tianyun? Compared to other experts, it was simply not worth mentioning. Therefore, Tianyun's prestige here was very high. Everyone's dream was to become his disciple, not to mention becoming a personal disciple. It was already very good to become an in-name disciple. Even if he couldn't become Tianyun's direct disciple, it would still be an honor to become the disciple of one of his divine generals. There were many divine generals under Tianyun, such as Xiaowu, who were all powerful divine generals. Their deeds were naturally recorded in the book, and everyone was familiar with them. After finalizing the plan, Tianyun went to look for Shi Shuiyun to discuss this matter. Shuiyun, you're just spouting nonsense. Si Shue doesn't have anyone she likes. You just want me to see her more. Tianyun said helplessly, if you want me to spend more time with Si Shue, just tell me. Why do you have to do this? If I said it directly, how could it be as interesting as you following closely behind me? Shi Shuiyun covered her mouth and chuckled. This child is using you as a standard, who in the entire 3 realms divine realm can compare to you. Just for this, you definitely have to make it up to that child. Indeed, I should make it up to her. Tianyun said with a smile. It just so happens that I plan to choose a personal disciple. This way, I can see many outstanding young talents. When the time comes, maybe Si Shue will take a fancy to one. You want to choose a personal disciple. Shi Shuiyun's eyes lit up. You're finally going to choose a personal disciple? Yes, while I'm free now, I'll choose one. Indeed, there must be someone who can inherit my legacy. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. It was naturally impossible for someone to completely inherit him. It was impossible for anyone to learn the crazy system alone. He tried his best to pass on what he was most proud of. This way, even if he was not around, at least his personal disciple would be able to guard a region. Would the future potential of those who were personally taught by him be poor? Not to mention others, just look at Si Shue. Si Shue was also taught by him. Naturally, her achievements were not low, far exceeding her peers by a large margin. Only a few years had passed, and she was already a 7th refinement Earth monarch. But strictly speaking, Si Shue would not be his disciple. The meaning was different. His children would definitely be able to enjoy the best. There was no doubt about this. Then, I'll go and prepare now? Shi Shuiyun was about to start preparing. This was a very important matter, and she definitely had to prepare in advance. Yes, you can go and prepare now. My requirements are relatively simple. The main thing is that the age cannot exceed 1,000 years. There are no restrictions on cultivation, talent, or gender. Tianyun stated his requirements. No problem. Shi Shuiyun nodded. She immediately knew how to prepare. Tianyun's requirements were that simple. He was not like the other forces, who had many restrictions. He was limited by age. Age was very important. If it was too long, then one's achievements would be very limited. Actually, he was already very relaxed. Those who were above 1,000 years old could not participate. They were all from the older generation. Most of them were below 100 years old. Therefore, his requirements were very relaxed. Basically, everyone could participate. He wanted to prevent the older generation from participating. The older generation should not participate and leave the opportunity to the younger generation. After giving the instructions, Tianyun did not sit there foolishly. Instead, he probed with his spiritual awareness. He planned to do a simple check to see if there were any suitable ones. Although they would all come, it did not mean that everyone would really come. Some of the less talented ones were too embarrassed to participate. After a casual glance, he quickly found a rather special exception. A young man was holding a wooden stick and constantly swinging it on the tree. He smashed it again and again, leaving shallow marks on the thick tree trunk. This young man was already drenched in sweat. However, he did not give up on practicing. He continued to smash the stick again and again. It was winter. Snow constantly fell on his body and was melted by the heat emitted by his body. This scene immediately reminded him of that time a long time ago. It was the same for him. He tried one move after another, all for the sake of survival. This young man's body also had a slight defect. That was, one of his feet was not very flexible. Obviously, he had suffered some kind of injury, which made it difficult for him to recover. Although the resources in the Three Realms God realm were not bad, it did not mean that everything would be provided. For example, to treat his injury, he needed a high-grade medicinal pill. Judging from his situation, he could not get it. The main reason was that his cultivation was not high. He was just an ordinary core condensation cultivator. If it was a long time ago, his cultivation was indeed not bad. But in today's era, it could only belong to the bottom level. Even so, he did not give up. He still practiced the stick technique again and again. I must get more contribution points in exchange for a bone replenishing pill. This young man's eyes were firm. There was no trace of despair in his eyes. Chapter 1527. The rules of the God realm of the Three Realms were all about fairness. For example, this young man in front of him was not very agile, but he could still earn contribution points. For example, sweeping the floor or farming. These were all ways to earn contribution points. The only problem was that the quantity was very small. These things were not difficult to begin with, so the contribution points could not be too high. However, with his current situation, he could only do such things. As for killing demonic beasts or picking spiritual herbs, he could not do that for the time being. However, he did not give up because there was a hope buried in his heart. That was why he was so persistent. As long as he took his time, he would be able to exchange for the bone replenishing pill one day. So why despair? If he could not obtain it at all, then he would despair. Tan Tiankong. Tan Lame, are you practicing here again? Hee, aren't you going to sweep the floor? If you don't sweep the floor, how can you earn contribution points? The floor has been swept clean. He should be going to plow the fields. The wooden stick in his hand is just right for plowing the fields. Ha, you're right. We'll be leaving first. Little Lame, you can slowly practice here. We'll go pick spiritual herbs and earn contribution points. When a group of young disciples passed by and saw this young man practicing with a stick, they could not help but mock him. There was no power that did not have this kind of mockery. The God realm of the Three Realms strived for fairness and justice, but that was only in terms of position or contribution points. As for internal unity and such, it was not easy to say. Especially for the lower levels, the management would definitely not be perfect. Unless it was a bit higher, then they strived for unity and could not have any discrimination. However, this was only on the surface. Rules were rules, and they could not completely change people's thinking. There were still people who bullied the weak. At least they would not beat people up. This was still not allowed. Private fights would be punished, unless it was a martial arts competition, but that was another matter. Just this point alone was enough to protect many weaker cultivators from being bullied. The young man in front of him was one of them, and his name was Tan Tiankong. His parents probably wanted him to soar in the sky. However, his legs were not nimble now. Even cultivation was a problem, let alone flying. If one's cultivation was too low, they would not be able to fly. They would need to be several steps closer to be able to fly. Tan Tiankong clenched his fists and ignored their mockery. He continued to hit the tree trunk, tossing himself until he collapsed. After a short rest, he limped away. It seemed that his back was very miserable. If no one paid attention to him, they would only insult him. When he returned home, his parents immediately welcomed him with smiles on their faces. Tan, you're back. It's time to eat. Come and eat with us. His mother came over and smiled. How was your cultivation today? Did you go pick spirit herbs with your friends? Although their legs weren't nimble, they could still pluck spiritual herbs. Of course, they had to be accompanied. My friends aren't free. They're all cultivating. I'll go next time. Tan Tiankong smiled warmly, but told a lie. He didn't have many friends, and most of them rejected him. Even if he had friends, he didn't want to be a burden to them. Therefore, if someone asked him to go with them, he wouldn't go and would avoid meeting them. After all, there was still a certain degree of danger in picking spiritual herbs. The god domain of the three realms wouldn't eliminate all the dangers. There would still be dangers that should exist. For example, in a dangerous place or when picking spiritual herbs, there will be demon beasts pouncing on them and biting them. This was to let them maintain their courage. If there was no danger, then what's the difference between them and sheep? They would just stay at home. It's very safe here. If one day they could go out, wouldn't they die miserably? Therefore, there will still be people dying here. Everything depends on their own ability. Therefore, Tan Tiankong, in order not to implicate his own people, did not go with them. Those demon beasts were not weak. Core condensation cultivators could barely deal with them. Tan Tiankong's legs weren't nimble, so the difficulty was even higher. If he went with his companions, he would only drag them down. If that's the case, then I'll go next time when I have time. They didn't think that their son was lying and began to eat. Tianyun, who has been paying attention to this side, felt that he was a promising talent. Perseverance has always been something he valued. Tan Tiankong endured humiliation, but he didn't give up any hope, which made him admire him very much. Then, his eyes continued to move to other cultivators. Along the way, he saw a lot of remarkable people, and several of them were in good condition, which made him feel quite satisfied. It seems that the overall quality is good. I still have some expectations for the selection of disciples. Although he could see that there were some good people, he still had to wait and see how the real situation was. There were many unknown factors, so he still had to wait and see. Soon, when Shi Shuiyun announced this matter, it immediately caused 1,000 ripples, directly detonating the whole three realms. What, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor is going to recruit disciples? This is incredible. I thought Heavenly Cloud's great emperor wouldn't recruit disciples. I didn't expect him to really recruit disciples. Yes, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor is so powerful. I thought no one was qualified to be his disciple. All of them were excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. No, the recruitment standard must be very high. I definitely have no hope. Yes, the standard must be very high, such as how high the talent and how high the cultivation level. Think about it carefully. It should be so. Otherwise, anyone can participate. After hearing these things, they calmed down very rationally and felt that there was no hope for them. Their originally excited mood suddenly sank to the bottom, and they were afraid that they could only watch. What are you thinking about? There is only one standard, that is, the age can't exceed 1,000 years. There is no other limit. One of the cultivators smiled at them. What? They were suddenly shocked, wondering if they heard wrong. There was only one standard, and it was that the age couldn't exceed 1,000 years, and the rest was up to them. Did we hear it wrong? That's the condition? Yes, that's the condition. Then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign up. One by one, they rushed to sign up as if they were injected with chicken blood. Life was full of ups and downs. Before, they thought they couldn't participate, but now they learned that they could participate. It was really a surprise. Chapter 1528. After this matter was announced, all the qualified cultivators rushed to the registration office. There were many checkpoints at the registration office, so there was no need to worry about not being able to register. At the same time, everything was free, and there was no need to pay any fees. While one by one came to register, it also brought endless blows. Cripple Tan, you also came to register? When they saw Tan Tiankong coming to register, they all mocked and ridiculed him, thinking that this cripple still hoped to be selected. This was simply an idiot's dream. Tan Tiankong clenched his fists, blue veins popped out, anger tumbled in his heart, but he did not erupt. Verbal attacks were not physical attacks, so the other party did not violate the rules. If it really didn't go well, he could ask the other party for a martial arts competition. To put it bluntly, if the other party insulted him, he could use the means of martial arts competition to regain his dignity. But he did not do so. Everything was suppressed in his heart, and he did not want to erupt. Why can't Brother Tan come? His ability is much stronger than all of you. That's right, Brother Tan is very diligent in cultivation, more diligent than all of you. Tan Tiankong's friends all came to support. Each and every one of them was extremely angry. Their friend was being insulted. They definitely stood up to refute. More diligent than us. They coldly looked at Tan Tiankong's foot and disdainfully said, "Even if you work hard, can hard work be used to eat? Can hard work cure this foot? If you have the ability, don't talk nonsense. Directly compete with us." Each and every one of them was angry and wanted to compete. Tan Tiankong stretched out his hand to stop them, coldly looked at the people who laughed at him, and said, "Do you know why I don't compete with you? Because you are not qualified enough." He endured silently because he did not want to cause trouble with these people. There was no meaning in it. For him, these were all small characters. He wanted to cure his foot before he could truly erupt. Otherwise, even if he showed good ability, this foot injury would always be a problem, and it was easy for problems to arise. For example, in more battles, he would become the opponent's target. Our qualifications are not qualified enough. What a joke. You speak as if you are a super genius. If you have the ability, you will be selected. If you are selected to become a personal disciple, when we see you in the future, we will directly walk backwards. All of them were furious. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight, they would have already done so. I can't guarantee that I won't be chosen, but I dare say that I will definitely be much stronger than you. Tan Tiankong dropped a sentence, turned around, and left, ignoring them. How could Tan Tiankong guarantee that he would be selected? No one could guarantee that they would not be selected. No one knew what Yi Tianyun's standards were. The scariest thing was not having any standards. That was the scariest. After all, what would be tested at that time? Was it a duel or something else? Everything was unknown. Without being there, one wouldn't know what the real trial was like. This kind of thing also happened in other places. Yu Yao, you're so weak, yet you dare to register here? Lu Yu, your talent is so poor. You've been cultivating for so many years, but you're still at the spirit core stage. How dare you participate? Zilong, your bloodline is at the bottom. You don't have any power at all. How dare you register? None of them were optimistic, but they all came to participate, not because they were full of confidence, but because they wanted to try and see what their real level was. More importantly, they wanted to see the person they admired. Therefore, no matter how they were ridiculed, they would try their best to participate. In Yi Tianyun's history, he had climbed from a waste without any vitality to the current supreme existence. Therefore, Yi Tianyun is more of a self-motivation target among cultivators with average talent. The location of the disciple selection was not on a planet, but a continent specially built by Yi Tianyun. Through his own means, he easily gathered the surrounding rocks or moved various mountain rocks to build a special continent. This continent was huge, larger than any planet. It was not difficult to create this thing. Any heavenly master could do it. But this method, in the eyes of others, was really a godlike existence. After the preparations were complete, all the participants and spectators who had signed up could come together. However, only the participants could come to the inner area. If everyone squeezed in, they would really need to build a huge area. Yi Tianyun did not have that much time, so he just let the participants come in, and the rest of the spectators could watch from the outside. There were also all kinds of illusion stones outside, which could project images to various places so that everyone could see the scene here. After many disciples arrived, all of them were extremely excited. There was a sea of people here. Because the standard was too low, there were as many as billions of participants. Actually, there were many cultivators who did not participate. They felt that they had no hope, so they did not participate. There were still many who did not have confidence in themselves. If all of them came, there would be as many as 10 billion. The other celestial territories would not do such a large scale. It was not that they could not do it, and they could even do it on a larger scale than this place. But they were too lazy to do so. After all, many of them were not talented or had average comprehensive abilities. What was the point of letting them participate? It was simply a waste of time. Therefore, except for Yi Tianyun, no other force would do such a stupid thing. But Yi Tianyun was so stupid. He wanted to show everyone that he was a cultivator of the three realms divine realm, and he wanted to make everyone pay attention to him. As long as he was a cultivator of the three realms divine realm, he would be treated equally. When the participants arrived, Yi Tianyun slowly descended from the air and sat on the seat in the void. After a group of people saw him, they immediately burst into cheers, and the atmosphere directly exploded. Great Emperor of Heavenly Clouds, Great Emperor of Heavenly Clouds, Great Emperor of Heavenly Clouds. His prestige was officially manifested at this moment. Looking at the group of people below cheering excitedly, even if their throats were hoarse from shouting, they still wanted to shout. Yi Tianyun is the only one who can win the hearts of the people. The other forces disdained the weak to worship them. It was meaningless. Only the strong followed them, and that was what they needed. In their opinion, Yi Tianyun was a fool. Yi Tianyun looked around with a smile on his face. Is this our own force? Are they our own people? Yi Tianyun shook his head. From the original Jade Palace to the current celestial territory, it was really an unimaginable thing. The gap was too big. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, and everyone immediately quieted down. Everything was so neat. There was no need for anyone to speak, just a gesture. Chapter 15:29. Yi Tianyun looked at the frenzied crowd, his heart pounding. To the powerhouses of the other factions, this was nothing. In fact, they felt that it was normal. To him, this was the process of going from nothing to something. It was very meaningful. How could he not be excited? Seeing that all of you can participate, I am sincerely happy. I know that some did not participate, some did not want to participate, some did not have confidence in themselves, and some did not participate because others said they did not have the right to participate. To these people, I just want to tell them not to be controlled by others, and especially not to be controlled by themselves. If you want to walk the path of Tao, you must follow your heart. As long as you do what you want, that is the true Tao. Yi Tianyun's voice was sonorous and powerful. His seemingly calm tone spread throughout the god realm of the three realms, striking directly at their hearts. All of them were stunned, especially those who did not participate. A ball of fire suddenly ignited in their hearts, and they felt that they really should have participated. But was it too late to participate now? Regret immediately filled their hearts. Why didn't I participate? Why do I feel that I can't do it? Maybe it's because even I feel that I can't do it. That's why I feel that I can't do it. Why was I so stupid? You should go and participate, not stay here. Can I still participate now? I still want to sign up. All of them were ignited by Yi Tianyun's words. They all wanted to participate. Some were told too much, and so they did not participate. Some were like Yi Tianyun said. If they did not have confidence in themselves, they would not participate. Just as they were feeling a little unwilling, Yi Tianyun's voice rang out again. I will give you one more chance. Hurry up and participate now, and you will have a chance, Yi Tianyun announced with a smile. After the announcement, the entire god realm of the three realms was in an uproar again. Those who did not participate all rushed over to participate, whether or not they could be chosen. If they did not even have this bit of courage, how could they achieve great things? This was Yi Tianyun's original intention. Perhaps among so many cultivators, only a small portion could be chosen, perhaps not more than a handful. But if they wanted to participate, it would be an obstacle to their future cultivation. Being able to think clearly was the real key. How could he have a breakthrough if he had been suppressing his depression? Soon, a lot of cultivators rushed over here, and Yi Tianyun's generosity made everyone admire him even more. Some lowered their heads and remained silent, as if their thoughts had been read. These people were the ones who mocked other cultivators. They were worried that Yi Tianyun would be able to see through them, and they would lose their qualifications. But how could Yi Tianyun tell? He didn't know how to read minds, so he didn't know what they were thinking. Moreover, even if he knew who had done such a thing, he wouldn't be kicked out, but in his heart, he definitely wouldn't be considered as a candidate for a disciple. Character was very important to him, even more important than talent. For the other forces, moral conduct and personality were not important. Even if they were homicidal maniacs, they would still be heavily nurtured. To Yi Tianyun, none of these were important targets to nurture, because these people were easy to betray, and even more so, they were easy to stab in the back. What was the point of spending so much effort to nurture them, to help others fatten up? Soon, they all rushed over. The number of people increased by a few 100 million, increasing the number of participants. Seeing them come over, Yi Tianyun was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. After waiting for a while, they finally arrived one after another. Those who were supposed to come were all here. Those who didn't come really wouldn't come. Yi Tianyun's words didn't mean that they could move everyone's hearts. Some had low self-esteem and some had physical defects, so they didn't dare to take a step forward. This wasn't something he could control. He was the great emperor here, not a true god. He couldn't make everyone come over. He wanted everyone to come because he wanted to nurture them and pick out the most outstanding disciples. There were many elders and attendants present who said that he had to choose disciples. Couldn't the other elders choose disciples? That was why all the experts chose the disciple selection, and not just him. He hadn't announced this yet, so everyone thought that it was just Yi Tianyun choosing disciples. Very good. You all have the courage to come. This proves that you all have limitless potential. Yi Tianyun said with a smile, then let me explain the rules. I won't limit the number of disciples. As long as you meet the standard, I'll take you. If 100 pass, then they'll all be my disciples. If 1,000 pass, then they'll all be my disciples. Not setting a limit on the number of participants shocked them. They had never seen such a generous move before. Normally, experts would choose the best. Not to mention the number, they would choose the top 3. Etienne was exaggerating. He didn't limit the number of people. However, they weren't too excited. Not limiting the number of people didn't mean that he was recruiting at will. Only God knew how difficult it would be. It would be good if 1 or 2 passed. Next, I'll tell you something motivating. I'm not the only one choosing disciples. Many elders and divine generals will also participate. This means that you all have a higher chance of being chosen. As long as you perform well, you can become an elder or a divine general's disciple. So don't give up easily. Even if you don't meet my standard, it doesn't mean that you can't become their disciple. At this moment, rows of elders and immortal generals were sitting there with smiles on their faces. They felt that this method was really good. Only Etienne had such appeal. If it were them, they wouldn't have the chance to be selected. Selecting the best disciples was in line with their idea. This is great. This way, even if you don't get chosen by the heavenly cloud's great emperor, you may be chosen by other elders. Yes, in addition to the heavenly cloud's great emperor, I also want to join the martial divine general. In addition to the heavenly cloud's great emperor, I also want to join the dream divine general. One by one, they were even more excited. They didn't expect that there would be an additional choice, which made them even more excited. As long as they were chosen by any elder or divine general, it would be an honor and a chance for them to make a meteoric rise. This was a pleasant surprise. The rest of the elders didn't expect that Etienne would use this to greatly expand the strength of the heavenly cloud's great emperor. Some divine generals and elders didn't have time to choose disciples, so this was a very good opportunity. Chapter 1530. Etienne's explanation made everyone's mood even higher, wave after wave of excitement. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. How could they not be happy? It was like thinking that there was only one prize, but suddenly there were hundreds of other prizes. One could imagine the feeling. The more opportunities he had, the greater the chances he had. Therefore, they were even more motivated. At least they wouldn't have to completely complete the trial to become Etienne's disciple. Some felt that they wouldn't succeed, but if they performed well, they would undoubtedly be noticed by the other elders. Other than that, there are other surprises waiting for you to discover. Etienne looked at them and smiled. At the same time, everyone quieted down, but the excitement on their faces couldn't be easily suppressed. Then let's begin the trial. My trial is very simple. Etienne waved his hand, and a giant staircase appeared in the air. It came crashing down and quickly filled up the empty space. The staircase was very wide. It took up more than half of the land. It could accommodate hundreds of millions of people at once, or even billions. The further one went, the smaller the staircase became. But no matter how small it was, it could accommodate many people walking at the same time. Although not everyone could go up at once, they could go up in several batches. After all, the first batch of people who had walked up the stairs immediately had empty spots for other cultivators to go up. Such a tall staircase. They were dumbfounded when they saw the staircase reaching into the clouds. It was their first time seeing such a giant staircase. Etienne just waved his hand, and it was all here. Actually, this was all very ordinary, but after Etienne made it big, it became especially shocking. At the end of the day, this was just a superior grade, heavenly Tao treasure. It looked big, but its grade wasn't high. But to them, it was an extremely shocking existence. After all, even superior grade, heavenly Tao treasures couldn't be obtained without being at least a divine lord. In the entire three realms, how many divine lords could there be? Apart from some of the divine spirits who had joined in, there was basically no one who had reached this level by themselves. The Lord of Heaven was the highest. Moreover, it was used for cultivators with ordinary cultivations. Naturally, it would have a shocking effect. There was no need for high-grade treasures. As far as the eye could see, among those who participated in this trial, the highest cultivation level was only at the Earth Monarch realm, while the lowest cultivation level was only at the body refinement realm. The purpose of the trial is very simple. You only need to climb to the highest level to become my disciple. No matter how many there are, they can all become my disciples. On the contrary, if no one can meet the requirements, then I can only say that I won't even accept a single disciple. Tianyan said indifferently, I will not lower my standards. The standards are here, and they will never change. He had to fix a standard. He wouldn't lower himself just because there were so many people who couldn't reach the peak. He wouldn't do it. Either he met the standard or he didn't want it. The group of people looked up, but they couldn't see the peak even if they looked up. There were so many steps that they couldn't even count them clearly. The total number of steps is 108,000 steps. Climb to the highest peak, and you can become my disciple. There can't be any fights or disturb others along the way. If you are discovered, you will be expelled from the God domain of the three realms. Tianyan waved his hand and said solemnly, the trial will now officially begin. The rules were that simple, and the trial was also very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to climb the stairs. Tianyan had experienced it so many times that he felt that the best situation to test a person was to climb the stairs in a simple and crude manner. Of course, there were many things involved in climbing the stairs. It wasn't simply climbing the stairs. It was a test of perseverance and Tao heart. The content of the test was that simple. It didn't rely on talent or cultivation level. It was just one's ability. According to the different cultivation levels, there would be different difficulties. Thus, there was no need to worry about unfair situations. His requirement was never about talent. It wasn't in the past, and it wasn't now. Under the command, they seemed to have gone crazy as they rapidly climbed the stairs. They all wanted to prove themselves, and they wanted to see how high they could climb. All of them stared at the highest point, feeling that it was their final destination. After the trial began, Tianyan and the others stayed at the side and watched to see who had the greatest potential. The other elders also stared at them. However, this was just the beginning. Some of them just casually glanced at them and didn't look at them anymore. Instead, they chatted with the people beside them. After all, it was just the beginning. What was there to see? It would only be interesting towards the end. Right now, they couldn't see anything at all. It would only be interesting towards the end. This year's disciple selection competition is really lively. Every time there is a commotion, it can push the God domain of the three realms forward. Even if we fight to the death, we won't even be able to get a push from you. Shuiyin shook her head. After knowing the details of Tianyan's plan, she realized that it was a very perfect plan. After the trial ended, they would be able to select a large number of outstanding disciples. After some focused training, they would be able to obtain a large number of mainstays. How could the God domain of the three realms not prosper? Although they usually screen disciples compared to Tianyan's screening, the difference was too great. Especially when he personally checked, the significance was different. Tianyan's cultivation was the highest. His method would definitely be more outstanding. You're exaggerating. Without all of you to build a good foundation, no matter how much I push, it would be meaningless. Eteonion shook his head. He wouldn't take all the credit. Without a good foundation, everything was nonsense. As time passed, they all climbed up quickly. However, after climbing a few hundred steps, their speed slowed down. They couldn't go any faster, even if they wanted to. Some fell into an illusion and couldn't pull themselves out. Some failed. They bounced off the stairs and had to start all over again. Whether they were talented or average, the results were about the same. Tan Tiankong's gaze was firm. He climbed up step by step. His results weren't considered good, but he was very stable. He walked step by step and didn't get bounced off. Over time, he easily surpassed those cultivators who mocked him and climbed to a higher level of the regional domain. The cultivators who mocked him before were all stunned. A cripple could climb higher than them? Tianyan, that one with an injured leg, is walking really steadily. Shi Shuiyan also noticed Tan Tiankong. Tan Tiankong was in the middle, but his steadiness attracted many people's attention.